Brian Walsh stands accused of murdering and dismembering his wife, 39-year-old mother of three, Anna. Her body has never been found. Welcome to live coverage and analysis of one of the most chilling trials Massachusetts has ever seen. With FBI Special Agent Jennifer Coffindaffer, host of Break the Case, Kevin Lenihan, host of Yellow Cottage Tales, and former prosecutor Margaret McLean, host of It's a Crime with Margaret McLean.
Morning.
Hello, everybody. Good morning. And welcome to day 2 of the trial. And I'll introduce again from top that's me. I'm hosting today, Margaret McLean, former prosecutor. And next we have Kevin Lenihan, host of Yellow Cottage Tales and wonderful true crime author. About your book about the Karen Reed trial. I always forget that. What's the name of it again? Kevin?
Storm of Suspicion.
Yes, Storm of Suspicion, and former FBI Special Agent Jen Coffindaffer. So good morning, everybody.
I have a little bit of a problem. So for some reason, it didn't launch on my YouTube. So now I don't know how to get it going because I set it up.
It is officially launched on mine.
Yeah, I know. You definitely said live?
Yep. And I pressed it twice.
I've got it going on my Twitter and on my Facebook, but my YouTube didn't launch for some reason, and now I don't know how to launch it because it's supposed to launch automatically.
Yeah.
It was before to me, and I think it was a glitch, and I could never get it to go on once it starts. So I did want to say this. I want to know, Margaret, did you not get the memo about wearing the plaid with red?
I didn't get that memo. No, I was in the hospital with the kitten until really late last night.
I'm just kidding, by the way.
Oh,
you're out.
That's funny. You guys are. I didn't notice. Yeah, you guys are wearing that. So, yeah, I was able to watch most of the trial yesterday from my phone, but I missed your discussion. So, what are your thoughts on yesterday's? I thought the opening statements were fantastic, as we discussed. What about, do you think the prosecutors started the case out how do you think, what about day one? What are your thoughts on day one? And I'll tell you what mine are.
I mean, first of all, the huge reveal, to me, that was the big moment in the case. We were all waiting for what was going to be the defense strategy, and they spelled it out. She fell asleep and then died and rolled off the bed. So that was a huge reveal. I think that the defense attorney did the best he could with the proposition he had at hand. Obviously, I think that this was what Brian Walsh wants. A lot of people don't realize that the client really does have the power. They're just guided by the counsel that they have. And this is what they went with. And I think that the prosecutor knows his case. He's a little dry for my taste, and I was very disappointed that he didn't really accentuate the whole issue that Anne is dead. She's a mother. I felt like she didn't come to life as a victim.
Yeah, and I was wondering, is it possible that during the opening statements, he had pictures of her up on the screen and we just didn't see them in the feed? I wondered about that because I wasn't in the courtroom, and I will be in the courtroom, by the way, tomorrow. So I'll let you guys know, I'll talk about, my feelings that I'm getting from the jury and things like that. But I agree with you, Jen. I just felt that look at Anna. So I have some pictures of Anna that I'm going to put up today, and she's just so vivacious and beautiful, and the mom of 3 beautiful little boys, and use that to your advantage. I mean, I did when I was a prosecutor. It's about the victim, right? It's about Anna.
Yes, so many of these cases, and it's really case after case, to be honest. The people in the limelight are the murderers. I mean,
Right.
that's the case you see. They call it the Brian Walsh trial. I always called it the John O'Keefe case. I always called it the Idaho 4 case, the Delphi case. I never, liked specifically calling it, although, by the way, to backtrack on Delphi, I'm still not convinced about that. The more I see, I need to do a whole special on that show. But sorry to digress. I'm just saying it's disappointing that the victims aren't more in the limelight. They should be.
Yeah. And there's Anna with her 3 kids. I mean, those little boys, I thought yesterday to hear the little boys talking in the background and doing what little boys do, being loud and running, and that was so sad. But then also, I wonder if they should have cut out some of it, because I thought it dragged on and on and on. And I know Kevin felt the same way. How did you feel? Did you zone out during some of the testimony yesterday?
First of all, it was difficult to hear, and it didn't have anything to do with our feed. It had everything to do with the fact that that's a recording and it's made from some distance. And then you have now that audio, and then that's going through this courthouse, and then it's coming to us. So I thought it was I had to really listen very closely, and that's hard to do for hour upon hour. I feel bad for that jury. I hope they took down the more important notes. But I think you pointed out, actually, you caught it and brought it up, and it's just bounced off the page that he Googled after the fact murder. I thought it was only twice in his, what to do with the body after murder. I call that a spontaneous utterance on the page, right?
Right.
He wrote it. He didn't mean to write, because normally you'd say what to do with the body. But in the back of his mind, he knows he just committed a murder. So he wrote that down. In my opinion, that will be the strongest piece of evidence, the fact that he wrote murder, even though it was after the fact.
I agree with you, Jen. And I also think that the prosecutor, Brian Connor, should have done a better job. I mean, I'm not going to second guess him at all. But I would have repeated that multiple times throughout my opening statement.
Flash
from the beginning to the end. Yeah. Murder. Because I don't think, some people didn't pick it up. Right? I think it was 3 times that he Googled, what to do after a murder. Or so, and we should remember the exact phrases. He should have repeated that so much that we remember the exact phrases. And I also looked last night at some of the, comments from various media outlets, and I didn't see where they really emphasized that. So I think a lot of people might have missed it.
I agree with you. I think anytime you have an opening statement, and he started off, I understand what he was trying to do. Chronologically, he wanted to paint the picture of everything, but I think he really missed key opportunities. Just like when you write a paper, or anytime you want to make a main point, you make that point first, then you go into the chronology, and then you make it again. Right. So I would have liked to have seen, very simply, those 2. I thought it was 2. You might be right that it was 3 Google searches where he put what to do with the body after you murder, and then the other one, how to dispose of a body after a murder or something.
I could be too. So we should know the exact number. He should have, right? He should have made a point 3 times or 2 times, right? So I'm going to have to go back and listen again to see exactly how many times that was mentioned in the open. I'm just re-listen.
I think I have it on my Twitter, just when I synopsize evidence. And this would have been from a long time ago, because I know you too, especially being in that area. I could tell you the minute this case happened, I was on it, like that day. Yeah. This is just one of those cases. And it was funny because my husband said, how do you choose, which cases you really highlight? And when you're on something from day one, I like to stick through to the end.
Yeah. In fact, I found out about it. I was outside with some friends, taking a walk or whatever, and the helicopters, and what's that? I wonder what that is. And it was, it's so close to where I live. And I was at the command center that they talked about. And I was at, so when he talks about the Walgreens and the Shaws, that's my grocery store, right? And the drugstore I go to literally every day. So
Can I just jump in for a second?
Oh gosh, yes. Sorry, Kevin.
I'm still trying to straighten out the problem. I think there's something you had to click on your channel, Margaret. So I don't know what to do. So I'm live on my channel separate from this channel now. So I'm talking, so I'm literally speaking to you guys so you can hear me and I can hear you. But then separately on my YouTube channel, people can hear me, but you guys aren't in there.
So I don't know.
Because
do I restart?
I don't really know what.
I've had this happen, and Kevin, seriously, there's really nothing that can be done. I know she made it available because I have it on both of my channels, and I think what happens is, I've had to learn this. I always look up and make sure I have that check, because if in your StreamYard, when you go in, if you don't check on that, and I've light tapped it. In other words, I thought I clicked it. That's the time it happened to me. So it's something you didn't do. You checked your Facebook and you checked your Twitter and probably
actually yesterday.
Why don't I take this? Hold on, I got an idea. Why don't I restart the stream then?
I wouldn't do that, but you could.
Well, I've got most of our audience is now inside my chat.
Well, why don't we?
They're not here.
Ask them to come over to mine then.
I mean, because I did promise people I would cover every day, Well,
I know, but you are covering, but on my channel, just
they're gonna show up between now and whatever, all morning, and they're not gonna find us there. But so if I tell the ones that are there now, they can come over. But what about the rest of the people that are gonna show up there and we're not here?
Can't you put a banner on your channel put a running banner like I have down below, a running banner on your channel that says, go over to. And it's a crime meeting.
And Jen, so what I did yesterday, when Margaret sent out the stream, the link, the invite, this is the first time I did it this way, but there was an option for me to create an event that was sharing her stream. And that's what I chose to do. And I put that in there. And so it should have just automatically come on. So I don't think it was a matter of me checking a box. It was supposed to, and it came on automatically on my Facebook and my Facebook and my Twitter feed. So it just, for some reason, didn't come live on the YouTube feed.
I know I have to check it on mine, but maybe you have a different setup since you have been.
But I think it was already checked. Is what I'm saying is because it gave me the option of setting up the feed.
I don't know.
In any case, I mean, we might be able to still just do it this way. Running both at the same time.
Well, no, why don't you just do you know how to make a scrolling ticker banner? Just tell them to come over here for this one day that you can't get it on.
Yeah, but are you saying leave it live? That's what I'm saying. You're saying just leave it live?
No.
Anyways? Because how can you get a banner without the
I don't know.
How can you get a banner without the channel being live? You know what I'm saying?
Leave your channel live and say go over to my channel. That's all.
Well, if I'm leaving it live, I might as well just leave it. You know what I'm saying? Just they can go wherever they want. They can go to any of the channels.
But can you just do a ticker? I don't know.
I'll really make every effort.
Here we go. Time to start.
Okay.
What can I do? Matching up identifying or like I can turn them.
Why does it say coming up opening statement?
Oh, you can go.
What's the
Oh, it doesn't want you to click it.
No. So that's all. So go back.
So let's just go into YouTube itself.
Where am I going?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. I'm going to make sure I'm on the right.
So what I did is I'm just running them simultaneously. So I'm live with you guys, and I'm live. So wherever they want to go. So you guys that are watching, you can still see it on this channel, Yellow Cottage Tales, but you can also go to It's a Crime Media, which is Margaret's channel. You can
Or
do
It's a
search
Crime
on
with Margaret McLean.
It's a Crime with okay, or It's a Crime with Margaret McLean.
Yeah, just why don't you put a little banner on yours?
Or Breaking the Case with Jen Coffindaffer.
Yeah, well, put a banner on it with all our things, Kevin.
Well, anyway, back to the case.
Yeah.
Sorry.
All that administrivia. In talking about how it all played out yesterday, I saw an interesting comment from somebody, and that was, listen, opening statements are not evidence. And I think that's really important that we emphasize that. I think a lot of times we're on these lives and we just assume that everybody knows all of this. And certainly opening statements aren't, but they are sort of a promise, if you will, of the evidence that they are supposed to set forth. Just like in a closing statement, you can't discuss evidence you're not supposed to. It happens that you put forth in the case, what you've proven on your case. So the only evidence we have that's been put up so far is this ad nauseum interview, which I'm glad they put all of this up. And I know you and Kevin thought it went on for way too long. And believe me, I totally get it. It was hard to listen to, and it droned on, and it was redundant. Having said that, I think it's important just to see what kind of liar he is and how long he can sustain it. And because he's going to take the stand. And I think they need a, sort of a boilerplate idea of how he lies.
I do have a banner up, Margaret, just to let you know.
Okay. Yeah, I agree with that, because as I was listening on and on and on yesterday ad nauseum, as you said, Jen, I thought, geez, here's his wife is missing, right? I'd be very upset. I'd cry, but we know at that point he had already dismembered Anna, and the jurors will know it as well. But here he is kind of laughing and joking and being extremely calm. I think he was trying to be calm, knowing that he had chopped up her body and probably killed her. And now they'll know, wow, this guy is a good liar. He's also a con man, because they'll hear about the federal case. So, I think their gut is going to tell them, even though, we have to have proof beyond a reasonable doubt that this was premeditated murder, but their gut is going to tell them that he did it. No.
Well, we discussed that last night, Margaret, how, at least from my experience, I have never seen a true victim person. In other words, a person who is the loved one of a missing person, so a victim family member, never seen them act like this. In other words, they're, okay, yes, whatever, this is what happened, but what are you guys doing? What are the leads looking like? Has anybody seen her? They're frantic to know what they're frantic to understand what's going on in the case and what they can do. And this sounded like a sit down coffee, and the kids all around. Again, we talked about this, Margaret. I thought you were there for part of this, but basically how I think they didn't have control of that situation. The investigators, that's my only critique. They had children running all around and never allowed that. And they had a simultaneous interview going on within earshot.
That was kind of crazy, unless that he just didn't have any. Maybe Brian said that wanted the kids in there on purpose, because he probably, he's like, oh, I got to watch them. Maybe the police tried to do that, because who would, unless they had a police liaison person to watch the kids in another room.
Right. That's exactly what Jen and I were in agreement on that yesterday, that it seemed to be to Brian's advantage to have those kids in there, because if he wanted to somehow gather his thoughts before he answered a question, he could always use the excuse of, hey, put that down over there or something like that. Right. And it also normalized him and made him feel it was easier for him to make it seem like he was not hiding something because he was able to focus on his kids too and just be his regular dad self, you know, and show
Right.
himself in that environment. So it was unusual. I thought the questioning was very professional by the officer, and I don't think he was fooled at all by Brian's lies. And it was actually a series of interviews that we heard yesterday that come in time, and as it progressed, it was clear that Brian had made misstatements to the police, and they were confronting him with it about his whereabouts.
Right.
We all agreed on that, but I thought it was, especially if they knew, if they had set this up, that they were coming over to talk to him. And if he said, listen, my 3 children are going to be here, it makes a lot of sense to bring another officer over to have them in another room. The bigger thing that makes sense, though, is you bring them down to your office, unless he refuses to go because he has babysitting duties. And then I agree, it's good to strike while the iron's hot. You know, in other words, you don't want the guy lawyering up and then you don't have any chance to speak with him.
Right.
But I've never had an interview like that ever in 28 years with kids running all around. And plus, they were witnesses. The 6-year-old was a witness to the taxi, quote unquote, the taxi leaving with Anna Walshe. So, you know, kids hear a lot. You know, they take it all in, even when they're playing. It's amazing what kids, they're little sponges, and they take it in. Their mom's missing, and just to have them be exposed to the questions and everything, I thought it was completely unprofessional that part was handled that way.
Oh, I agree. Oh my gosh.
Could only imagine what these poor kids have to hear and will have to hear as they grow up with other kids, you know, saying what their dad did.
Oh my God. Oh yeah. Yeah.
Nothing good about this case. And I thought the question yesterday was really good when I think it was Kevin that asked it about, you know, personally in my experience or in Margaret's experience, if we'd ever seen such an excuse used. And I brought up the Tammy Daybell case and Chad Daybell, where basically that's what he says, that he didn't suffocate her. He didn't asphyxiate her. She just died in her sleep. The difference there was a medical examiner because there was a body. So, you know,
I've got
searches before.
I don't think Court TV is carrying it. I think we got to go to Fox 25.
Okay.
So I am going to.
It's okay.
Oops.
Court TV stuff. I'm sure they'll be carrying it, but like I said,
we're not doing it yet.
They may not be open yet. Yeah, I've gone through this before with them.
Whoops. Okay. I'm just going to take this media asset off. Okay, so
people in chat people watching can be a big help with this too, because they've helped me in the past to, you know, they'll be checking various channels for us and see which one is live first.
Right now, this is
it's up on Court TV.
It is up on Court TV now? Okay.
I have it on Court TV, but I'm not on my channel, but I'm not sure if it's live.
Yeah. Because they had the opening statement one on.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
But if you want to go, if you feel more comfortable, Margaret, going into the 25, I still think we have a few minutes.
Yeah, I think we do too. But so right now I'm
guys.
seeing videos. There's nothing on Court TV that says live day 2.
What happens when you go on the Fox channel?
When I go on the Fox channel, hold on.
I don't see it live there yet.
Yeah, it did show the courtroom, but maybe that was just from yesterday. So this is the Fox channel that we're seeing now. testimony resumes.
Is it possible? I mean, we have a storm coming in? Is it confirmed that court hasn't been canceled today?
Oh, it hasn't been canceled. I think she said the court is on, but they might dismiss early, is what she said yesterday.
This is the live feed from Fox. This is what they're showing right now from Fox.
Okay.
Oh, no, I've got it. Oh, God.
Miranda says it's live.
Right now?
Yeah, it's on Court TV's YouTube channel. And Miranda knows what's up.
Okay, hold on.
I'm on that right now, but on my channel, but I can't tell for sure if it's live. I think it might be.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd switch to that
Okay.
if you can. I know this. By the way, I want to comment that this is Margaret's first time to handle this end of it. She's braver than me. I would never do it, probably.
It can be stressful.
So you guys said Court TV live.
The YouTube.
No, that's 17 hours ago. So their YouTube channel? Yeah, that's what I'm on.
Maybe show it and we could see. We'll be able to tell if it's from a previous segment.
Yeah.
Miranda, I'll ask Miranda specifically. Miranda, is it from today's coverage, you think? They're talking about how they're even talking about weather.
Yeah.
So
yeah, see, I'm getting just 17 hours ago, 17 hours. View all. Brian Walsh, day 2.
There you go.
Wait a minute. Oh, that's just another attorney's feed. So that's no, but that's nobody's got it like playing. You know what I mean?
I have a TV here. What channel is it playing locally, Margaret? Do you know who's covering it?
I don't see a channel. I don't know. I just don't think it's up yet because nobody's showing it up right now.
They're even
I think you might be right.
And feed that they're talking about the foul weather and things like that. So I can't imagine that Court TV wouldn't have it up right now.
You guys want to look for it on your phones. I honestly, I've Googled Court TV live day 2, Brian Walsh. And
you can also try Court TV's website. I would start with YouTube. That's where we had it yesterday.
You want to help me look?
I'm looking.
I can't quite find it. I've got day 1. 17 hours ago. Live now. Okay. So I think this is the one to do. All right. Hold on. This one.
Yeah, I see it right here.
Add to stage. So this one is, I think, is
the
latest.
The one I have on my channel, they're going into sidebar right now. Is that the same one you guys have?
This is lawn crime.
I have it right now. It's on Court TV YouTube.
I can't seem to find it. Court TV YouTube.
And it's live day 2.
I can't get it. I'm with you, Margaret. It's not really showing on mine.
Wait, I've got day 1. Day 1. Court TV YouTube live day.
It comes up right away. Just type in Massachusetts versus Brian Walsh, day 2.
Type in what?
Massachusetts, MAV Brian Walsh - day 2. It's right here on Court TV.
Margaret, where are you getting the
Right.
ceiling fan feed?
I'm sorry, I can't find it. Guys, Brian, what do I type in? Dave?
I mean,
Mike's-
the one I have it on Court TV says Mass versus Brian Walsh, day 2. It says day 2, so it must be it, but
I'm
I can
watching.
never be sure. What are they doing on Jen, the one you're watching?
I mean, it looks like they're at a sidebar. I mean, they have it focused on Brian.
Right, they're at a sidebar and the camera's on Brian?
Yep.
Okay, all right, that's what I got too. All right.
I'm sorry, guys, I can't find it.
I'm still not 100% sure that this is the right one, Margaret, but go to Court TV and then on the taskbar at the top, hit live, and then you'll see the options, and one of them will be day 2, Brian Walsh, day 2.
I think all you need to do, I'd start over, Margaret. Just go to Court TV YouTube, and it's going to come right up. It's the first thing.
Okay, I got it.
Okay, there you go. There we go.
That's the same one. That's the same one I'm showing. Yeah, so I think we're all on the same page.
Okay.
So the good news is we haven't missed anything.
No.
Okay. Phew.
It's stressful, huh, Margaret? I've been through
Well,
this
it's
many times before. The other problem you can run into, Margaret, is
Wait, hold on. I want to hear what the judge is saying.
Oh, I don't hear any volume on that on mine.
I don't think anything's saying. I think that's the noise, so you can't hear what they're saying in sidebar.
Yeah, they're in sidebar. So right, exactly.
And thanks everybody. Like Dog Mom from TikTok saying we understand.
Why do I hear them?
Brenda saying yay. So appreciate everybody in the audience bearing with a few growing pains as Margaret learns this. I need to learn it too. I'll probably learn it though, showing something that is unimportant. We'll all do it.
We can be a bunch of hacks.
You hear it? I hear
Yes,
it.
Sam.
I can't. I'm hearing it.
I just thought of a way I can unify these things too. I can just share to Margaret's feed.
Wait.
Margaret, X out the Court TV chat on the top right.
What?
There you go. Oh, and then make your screen full size.
And then we should mute and get off.
Okay.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors entering.
Morning.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear. All persons having to do with the honorable justice, any for the justice of Norfolk Superior Court. Draw near, give your attention, show your hearing. Let's have the call of Massachusetts in this honorable court. Please be seated. Please turn off your cell phone.
Good morning, jurors. Hope you had a good night. Jurors, will start today, as I promised, with the 4 questions. Jurors, were you able to comply with my order that you not do any research about this case? Were you able to comply with my order that you not speak to anyone about this case? Have you stayed away from all social media and or news media? And you all still have open minds? With those 4 questions all answered by in the affirmative by all 16 jurors, we're ready to begin today's work. Witness may be called to the stand.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth would recall Harrison Schmidt.
And sir, you understand you're still under oath?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Yesterday, we stopped an interview from January 7th at approximately 1 hour and 2 minutes and 35 seconds in. At this point in time, Your Honor, I'd ask to finish that recording.
You may.
Ms. Gilman?
More than that, so.
Ms. Gilman, could you make it a little louder?
When was her scheduled flight back?
Tuesday morning.
Thank you.
Yeah, I don't know which
Monday
one.
off because of Lenihan.
Yes, that was the understanding.
Okay. And then, correct me if I'm wrong, you said on Friday, the 30th, when she landed, she told you that she had a work issue, she had to go back.
She was alluding to things being very busy with stuff on Friday. And she was, I remember her being tired.
Did she book a return flight earlier? Did she change the reservation? Did she book a new one?
I don't, see, here's the thing. She sent me the flight coming to Boston, but she never sent me the return flight. All I know is that she told me she had a return flight on the 3rd. But, I don't know what time or what that was. I assumed everything was just the way it was. And then she moved the schedule up 2 days, which is not the first time she's done that. I mean, it is, the whole thing was a bit, I know it was odd, but considering the last couple months, it wasn't so much that I was like, hey, wait, what's happening? Whereas, I was talking to Jem's like, well, this seems insane. And I was like, well, Jem, these are the things that I've been dealing with over the last couple of months. So it wasn't something that I would be like, well, raise an eyebrow to. It was like, all right, all it did was further confirm that, I got to get to DC kids. We got to work this out. It's too much stress on the whole family. And that was the main thing. I just wanted to be together all the time.
So did Anna ever tell you when the return flight was, aside from the Tuesday flight?
Say again?
In other words, did she tell you which flight she was booked on the 3rd?
No, but she always took the first or second flight out. And she had said she had already booked flights for January. But we were supposed to talk about that. And then she said, she did say she was changing a flight, but not this flight. She was changing the flight to Margaret McLean Day. So I don't know if she did that or if she didn't, but she was talking about changing that flight. That she was going to come in Thursday night, stay Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, leave Tuesday. And maybe try to leave, maybe say an extra day. So she was offering 4 or 5 days, which is again, was normal when she said I'm going to take Thanksgiving, like 2 weeks for Thanksgiving, but I would stay 5 days when I come back. And she only stayed for 1 day. And then she was always like, I don't have more time. And it seemed like she was having less and less time.
On New Year's Eve with Jem,
Yes.
was Jem aware that she had to leave in the morning?
No.
Did, why do you think that is?
What, I don't know. I mean, Jem, we were probably because we just wanted to, I mean, most likely just to enjoy the, time with Jem. He's only here for 4.5 hours or so. And we hadn't seen him in
Were
person.
you aware that she was leaving the next day?
No, I wasn't. I was aware that she was probably early. Again, the assumption or story I got in my head was that she was leaving Monday.
So she was originally planned to leave on Tuesday. You were on the assumption by her leaving early would be Monday.
Yeah, I had no information otherwise, but I was definitely surprised. Like, I gotta go.
Okay. So, what were your plans with on New Year's Day?
Yeah, so it was going to be the same stuff. The only difference is that she might have come up with me to see my mother possibly, or we would have, or the whole family would have done something like my, up in Swampscott or somewhere nearby. Because I said I had time, I don't have to drop my mother off, so we can go see her and get her what she needs, and maybe we could do some stuff. So I was excited about that. No. I didn't bring it up, but she was troubled by whatever happened with Abdella. She's like, he says, can't be my friend. This is 30 minutes before New Year's. And she brought it up, she did bring it up with Jen at the time before.
You said he couldn't be a friend?
He texts on New Year's Eve, saying friendship is over or something to that effect, right?
Yeah.
What did he say?
What did Anna say?
She said, I'm sorry, I appreciate, give a leadership sort of answer, like, I accept, what you're saying. And then he called to leave a message. And then I remember her saying, I'm not taking I'm not going to listen to this. That's actually when she put her phone upstairs shortly after. I think she understood it. I think he was saying that you're not in touch, you haven't even seen me for the holiday season. You're in town, not seeing me in person, often enough. That's not acceptable. I'm here to, support you, take care of you, or whatever it is. So, it was just a bit. I mean, it's not the relationship I guess she thought that they were having. He's married to the child, just by the way, and they've known each other for 10 years. So just to give you some background.
Do you know how they met?
Yeah, they worked at the Willard Intercontinental together back in 2012.
That she went and put her phone upstairs after that?
After that, she, let's say it's 10 or 15, and then I remember her putting her phone upstairs because then she came back down without it.
Was Thomas came down at one point?
Yes. Yeah, exactly.
Was this before, during, or after Thomas was participating?
Oh yeah, Thomas went to bed at he went to bed, and then he came over at like 9 or 10 or something. I think Anna took a bunch of photos. Jem and I don't have any because she didn't send them to us yet. But I think she sent one to Will Fasto. So that was when that's when the photo was taken about. So it was maybe 10 o'clock or something like that.
You know where upstairs she put her phone at that point?
Yeah, on a bedstand.
In your room?
Yeah, or my room now.
The one with the ceiling tile in it?
Yeah.
Okay.
No, yeah, not in the ceiling tile drawer, on top, yeah.
Makes sense.
But she did seem disturbed by that, which was odd. And she did bring it up, she brought it up to me and Jen at the time. So, I mean, that was something that, not normal, but.
Yeah, to kind of cut us off.
Yeah, sorry about that.
No problem. You said that the plan for New Year's Day was to take Anna and the kids up to.
Maybe, yeah, that was.
Did you actually have a plan?
No, we didn't have a full-fledged plan at the time. but we had, you know, we had options and stuff, so.
Was the nanny coming over Sunday, the last time, was that?
No, the nanny was gonna come over anyways, because I was gonna go, I set everything up in advance, because I was gonna have to go take my mother, so I wanted the nanny here, I didn't know what it was gonna look like and what Anna was gonna want to do and things like that, so. Also, if I was gonna see my mother, I was gonna take the kids somewhere, and then we're gonna meet up later, but, you know, because I have so little time outside of the house, when I do, try to take, you know, most of it as a you know, as a man, and get everything done, I would say we would do.
You mentioned that options on New Year's.
Yeah, because I had the, you know, the time to go see my mother, so I was like, we'd go up and we wanted to do something, you know, with her, with the family, you know, we had those options were available to us, which, you know, like today, maybe not, right, because I don't have any time.
You guys had an argument after she said she.
No, we didn't have an argument, I was just, I was taken by surprise, I was, not to be crude, but I was in the bathroom, and she came by and said, I have to go to sleep, and I was like, well, hold on, and she's like, I have to get up early, Brian, I have to go tomorrow, and I was like, oh, I wasn't expecting that, and then she said, you know, I said I have to leave early, I said, I was going to be like that early. So, but I did have an argument with her for the Thanksgiving and the Christmas Eve. So I wasn't going to make the same 3 times. I was like, okay. And then she immediately backed it up with like, hey, I'm going to come 4 or 5 days and for Martin Luther King Day, because we were making a new schedule for January and February. I said coming every week might not is really not good. Is there any way that you could come every other week for more time? So we were working on that when she arrived Friday and Saturday. We were talking about that.
If the kids took her phone and did it on her, how would she contact someone for a ride?
If the kids took her phone and hid it, how would she contact someone for a ride? She wouldn't leave I don't think she would leave the house without the phone. But let's say that I'm wrong about that. So sure, she would use my phone, right? But she put Lyft on here. I guess she would download Uber and get it. But I know where my phone was, and we didn't have this phone at the time. So there were phones in the house.
She used any iPads potentially?
Oh, there you go. She probably wouldn't be able to use the iPad to do it. I would not, but she would know how to. The only thing I saw was one phone, one and her laptop. That other iPad that I'm telling you about should be at the DC. She did have a laptop with her, but she programmed all of these.
Did Thomas get his phone?
My mother brought it on I forget when we got the phone, because we had to get the phone and, or my mother had it and she was bringing it with the watch and everything. So it probably came here on she probably brought it on the 2nd or something. Everything came on the 2nd.
When you didn't have your phone and you sent those emails, those 3 emails.
Yeah.
Who were they to again?
So Zach and Daniel, my business partners at Let's, my wife and my mother.
How did you send those emails?
My laptop.
I asked you, did you do anything to hurt your wife?
No, I would never do that.
There was, we all have arguments with one another, spouses, etc. Has that ever escalated to a physical confrontation?
No, sir, no. My wife and I got along very, very well. Hey, the only stress we were having was going together. It's really, I bothered me crazy about it for months. The family doesn't work without my wife. Never hurt my wife. I mean, I loved her, and what would it think? I think about my kids too. She's a wonderful mother on top of being a wonderful wife. I mean, to take that away from that, I mean, I just couldn't even imagine something like that. That's just not. We never do anything to hurt my wife. I wanted to spend the rest of my life with my wife. I'm still going to. And, you know, we were apart because of the job and my legal problems.
Her leaving very early, making angry?
No, I wasn't angry, I was sad. I got angry about Thanksgiving, and then you know, I realized it was just sad that we're not spending a lot of time together. And she was sad about it too, and it was exhausting for both of us. She was away from the boys, I was always dealing with the boys. But my wife and I were a very good team. We agreed on almost everything. We agreed on I have to get to DC. Just didn't feel like we were the authors of our own lives. So that's why she wrote that on the thing. We have to be the authors of our own lives to make this happen, Brian. We're always working together.
In your mind, where do you think she is right now?
You know, I like a lot of people have said maybe she's at a spa, you know, and she was under a lot of pressure. Doesn't really track with my wife. She loved her job and she loved her family, so she would always be focused on that. And, you know, maybe the country house like in Bella in Serbia, but I have no idea. I can't. I'm having a hard time imagining.
Does she have any other identification?
She's got a Serbian passport or Serbian international identification cards, one with Lubic, one with NIP. I haven't seen her use them recently. I don't even know if the date is on them, or the proper date.
Other than Serbia, I have ties naturally in the country. She visit our family or good friends.
She's a language expert. She spent time in college in France, which speaks perfect French. But she has a family, or she has a friend there. I don't know if she's still there, Julianne. But other than that, that would be it. And then we have DC and Boston. I mean, sisters in Canada, sure. They're asking for a broader.
You checked international flights. Was she scheduled? It appeared in the newspaper. Not that I ever believe the newspaper, which is why I'm asking you guys. It appeared in the newspaper that she did have reservations to go back to DC on January 3rd.
That makes sense, yeah.
I'm just asking if that's confirmed.
That's our understanding.
Do you know what time?
Plus, they're the one play, yeah, always.
And that she never changed that.
To our knowledge, it's not canceled.
There is a chatter between JetBlue and her over the last few months. It's because when she doesn't call, she does something, they do it online, like online messaging.
Oh, she probably goes to the JetBlue site.
Yeah, they have a chat, yeah. So that's, so she could be doing that and feeding kids or something like that, but but a lot of times she would talk to them and it wouldn't work out, and then she would take a break and then come back.
Live chat.
Yeah, so sometimes, I mean, I don't know if it could be like, we'll just come and change at the counter, or they're like, I can't do this. And she was always asking she had gotten a good status, especially with the card. So I don't know what her deal was, but it's possible that, because she said when I have this, they can make changes at the counter, upgrades at the counter at different. So yeah, she never called them.
What about like brunch reservations or any brunch plans on New Year's? That's a popular thing.
Not that I know, but Anna was talking about making some. So I don't know if she did it or not. like that. I haven't checked, I haven't looked for any, anything on Open Data or Resi or anything like that. I could take a look.
And then,
Because last year we went the whole family, we did go to brunch. So that is a very normal thing to do.
so normally it's like a bigger
Yeah,
scheduled plan for New Year's.
right, but I mean, this year, things were up in the air.
So, a lot of time outside of the house on New Year's Day. When did you put that request in? Was it the normal Thursday request?
Yeah. No, always Thursday.
And the request was from what, from 3 to 9?
3 to 9,
So there wouldn't have been brunch.
No, yeah, we wouldn't have been brunch, but it was good.
Would she have gone to brunch without you?
No, well, she would have left, no.
I mean, if she were going home on January 3rd, would she have gone out to brunch with other friends or anything?
No way, no. The only time when she was here that she saw someone without me was Rima. And I was on twice, she did that twice, that's the only, everything else we would do together or people would come to the house. The time together is very important for us.
Those friends in the area that,
Peter Kirby,
that you think we should speak to as far as that knew Anna real well, that she was close with the past.
Peter Kirby, they were in the same leadership school together 3 years ago. And he lives with his wife and John Marshfield. They've been calling for support. Jim Mulu, who was here, obviously, family friend, and someone who was, obviously loves Anna very much. Rima Ferrer, she was Anna's mentor, and they were very good friends. Those would be the main ones that I would think of.
I think that's pretty much it for now. I mean, draft, obviously, the dialogue and back and forth, we can follow-up questions. You can imagine,
I might have it here. That's helpful. Yeah, let me get that going. But I think she sent it to me. What is it? Could this be it?
You obviously have the ability to get your own credit card statements. You want to pull those and for the past week, and that'll help us travel and stop and stuff like that.
Yeah, just check the Chase Freedom. That's the one that I use. I don't use the Capital. The Capital one has been out of commission. It was only in commission for a month or so. Do you have access to the Chase Freedom or?
We got to jump through a lot of hoops.
Yeah, absolutely. We get how much of the Chase Freedom would you like?
31st.
Oh, okay, so just. Okay.
We'll give y'all December. We'll give y'all, we're not gonna.
That's
easier just to pick up in a month.
Whatever the last month's statement is, I'm not sure if it's, you know how it is, some of them start December 10th. Yeah, so will I, but I don't think they do anything.
I'm still not.
I have dealt with Anna, she does everything online.
Yeah.
Anna's cousin, one of the
Milan?
land dispute conservator.
Milan, yeah.
Milan, I was gonna ask his name.
Yeah.
Last name?
Lubicic.
Has he ever contacted you?
No. Yeah, I think he does speak English though.
So you said there was a conflict that.
Yeah, there's a terrible conflict. If you speak to Alexandra, she'll know more about it. But since I've been on, basically what happened 2 generations ago in Serbia, in Belgrade, Ana's father's mother, so her grandmother, bought a piece of land with her sister or something, and then they had kids, and there's been a land dispute over it because now it's worth a lot of money, and you can build a large building there. And that building, that kind of money in Serbia would change your life. I mean, it's like winning the lottery here. And then they've been fighting over it for many, many years, 20 years at least. They thought they were going to resolve it in 2017. And then things didn't work out. Things went back and forth. And then just this Thanksgiving, they, dissolved the deal. So they had a deal that took 15 years to put together. 5 years later, they couldn't perform. They were about to split.
So aside from that, and the is there any business conflicts with properties or with this new job? Is there anybody that would be upset with that?
Yeah, people ask me that same question. I can't think of anyone that would be upset with Anna. I mean, everyone loves Anna. She's wonderful. So, if you see all the texts and emails coming in, like, what can we do? Love Anna. I can't think of I can't think of anything like that. Honestly, that would be operating anything like this, especially.
Whether it's her fault or not, like any issues at work that comes up that somebody would be slighted?
Not that I know. I mean, the only people I know are the people that she was working with, and she had a very good working relationship with everybody. No, again, it would be very hard to. No, I wouldn't have a name to give you for that.
Okay. What about you? Any previous business partners, any current partners, anybody that would be upset with you that would want to try and hurt you in some way?
Well, I mean, we love the guy in LA.
Oh, but there's a civil lawsuit.
Yeah. Well.
A civil lawsuit is not the same as wanting to hurt you.
Okay.
There's a civil lawsuit in California. I don't think that reasons any.
Okay.
Yeah,
I
I
don't
understand somebody suing you.
Yeah.
But Anna too.
Trying to hurt your wife is different. Yeah.
Right, but they're suing Anna as well, and then he called Anna during the thing. So I mean, that's the one. That's one person. But I mean, I don't think so either. But that would.
We have the name just to.
Yeah, what is it, gallery thing. But he had Ron Rivlin. Yeah, but he did call. He called Anna, and he brought her into the case.
What is it called?
Well, he sent her threatening email, Facebook text at one point. You stole from me. I know the police and the FBI. I'm coming to get you. Things like that. But that was 6 years ago. And we had, other than when I was arrested, he tried to contact her via Facebook or something, 2018. But we haven't heard from him since.
What was the 18 contact?
2018. I think it was just he was trying to friend her or something like that.
Criminal stuff started.
That's right, when the criminal stuff started. Yeah, but that would be someone who. Certainly I have a different situation. So him and there's young Lee in Korea, but highly unlikely. I mean, he's a son of a billionaire. I don't think he would.
What in Korea?
His name is Jean Lee.
It's another person involved in it.
Yeah.
They're getting restitution and everything.
Also,
The guy is
Jean could care less. Yeah.
I don't think anything of that would rise to that.
Yeah, same with Arno Dubuis.
And besides, they would be pissed at him,
Yeah. Ron is the only one that tried to bring us
Chung Lee is what's and what was the other name you said?
Was Arno, or the other person who Arno Dubuis, who's in Paris. He's a art dealer.
Were they all partners in
No, it's all separate situation.
So why separate incidents, like in Osaka aside from?
Yeah, well, they're similar
They're separate incidents, and honestly, I don't think anything about his criminal case would have anything to do with this.
I don't either, but I still want to know.
But those are the names of the players. And Ron was the one who did have contact with my wife. I did serve my wife at work.
Okay, but if people have a problem with you or your wife,
Right.
I understand that. Some of those people may be very passionate. Do you have any involvement in this?
Well, definitely Korea and France are pretty, I mean, yeah, he's the other guy's in LA, so.
If anyone contacts you or some about this,
We're,
in any like context, really.
We will give you any information that we get.
Was that a truck was here last night, with, out-of-state place? Was that a visitor or? What time did he arrive last?
Abdel, yeah, he was, it was
You
late,
called me.
yeah, I called you late, so you must have not.
And how long was he here?
10 minutes, 15 minutes, but my mother's saying it was 30. I was trying to,
I don't think so.
yeah, I was trying to usher him out quickly, but at one point, he brought Dave Ryan, who was one of Anna's mentors 10 years ago, who I haven't seen in a decade, which is weird, and then, I was speaking to James, but he went over and spoke to the kids or to Zach, the kids from, but.
I'm hearing a lot of talking with his friends and real leaders and leadership. What exactly is going on with this deep group that we got this part?
Yeah, so how to explain, it was something called Boston Breakthrough Academy, and it was a leadership training program. We formed pretty close relationships there, and as I said, we raised a lot of money through our community service projects each, for Loving Spoonfuls, Torch Foundation, things like that. So we've stayed connected. It was more than 3 years ago. I guess I started this month 3 years ago, and Anna graduated February 3 years ago, so 2020. Well, it's a 4 or 5 month program, and then you get a graduation. And, he says that you've graduated or have a certificate of completion of your of work. So
okay,
it's not accredited, to be clear.
Abdel is a member of that?
He is not, no.
He's not.
But
The guy Ryan was.
James Ryan, no, yeah.
I thought he said-
A mentor from her when she was young at work, yeah.
Okay.
And I had a good, someone that she considered. I guess they had spent time together, I don't know, 4 or 5 months ago as well.
When was the last time, how much of that, leadership group that you mentioned?
Oh, yeah, it was 3 years ago now.
The
Yeah.
last time she was part.
Part of it, yeah, but we stay in touch.
All right.
But, Jen, Alyssa, and Peter Kirby, all of them have gone through that training. But if you have any other questions, please let me know. Anything from the pool today? Very cool.
Okay.
It is 15:36. Shut up.
Your Honor,
Yes.
could the Commonwealth request that identification D is read into the record?
Sure. So George, from time to time, I will read you what are stipulations. They're simply agreements between the parties. I sometimes say they're facts you can take to the bank because the parties agree to them. I'm going to read such a stipulation now, marked for identification as Exhibit D for ID. At 5:18 a.m. on Saturday, January 7th, 2023, Cohasset Police Detective Harrison Schmidt received an email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "We have the so named Anna Walsh with us here. We had a deal worth $127,000. She messed up. We have her here with us, and if she doesn't pay the money, then she'll never be back. And we know that the police and the FBI are involved. Good luck finding us." Detective Schmidt received a second email from Richard Walker 9984 at gmail.com, which stated, "Here is Anna Walsh. Unless she pay the money we deal, she isn't coming back, comma, comma. Thanks and good luck. The second email had an image of a woman who was not Anna Walsh, and using an image search, police found the image on iStockPhoto.com under, quote, kidnapped stock photos, end quote. On January 7th, 2023, police obtained a search warrant for data associated with the account richardwalker9984@gmail.com. The search warrant was sent to Google, and investigators learned that the Internet Protocol address, the IP address, with the Richard Walker 9984 email account geolocated to Nigeria, and no IP addresses located in the United States were associated with the account that sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email. The Commonwealth is not alleging that Brian Walsh sent the Richard Walker 9984@gmail.com email.
Thank you, Your Honor. So, Sergeant, a couple questions about that interview. There's mention of an application, Viber. Could you tell us what that is, if you know?
It's a messaging application.
And there's also mentioning of WhatsApp. Do you understand what that is?
Yes, that's also a communication app.
There was mentioning of a person named Abdullah. Do you know his name?
Yes, Dula Almatari,
And what is his relationship to Anna Walsh?
a previous coworker from the hospitality industry.
There was also mention of Peter Kirby. What is his relationship to the Walshes?
A family friend.
During the interview, a dog can be heard barking. Where was the dog located in the home?
In the crates in that sunken-in family room.
And you had the opportunity to be at the home a few times between the 4th and the 7th. What issues did you ever have with the dog?
None.
There was also mention of the pool today. What was going on at the pool that day?
During that wide-scale search, we had drained the pool to get a better look at it.
Now, after January 6th, when the Cohasset Police Department had a press conference, what happened to your voicemail and email?
I was inundated with messages and tips from the public.
Why is it that your voicemail and email were inundated?
I was the point of contact for any information, so my department email and phone were listed and disseminated to the news and social media.
And was Richard Walker email one of those things that came into you after that press conference?
Yes.
Now, Ms. Gilman, could we have what was marked yesterday as Exhibit 44? Sir, do you recognize Exhibit 44?
Yes.
And where is this in relation to the house?
If you're standing in the backyard with the house to your rear, you'd be looking at like the back right corner of the fenced-in portion of the yard. That's the shed.
What's on the other side of the fence?
Neighboring house.
Now, you and Ms. Gilman, can we have Exhibit 47 from yesterday? Sir, do you recognize this?
Yes.
This is the what you said was the missing poster you created?
Correct.
Now, what information? Where did you get the information to create this poster?
I made this on Thursday, so I had the information from the patrol report, the NCIC missing persons form, and the information from the first interview with the defendant.
Thank you. If you could take that down, Ms. Gilman. And when you were speaking to the defendant, what did you learn as far as Anna Walsh's maiden name or prior names?
There was a previous name of a Nip, K-N-I-P-P, and a maiden name of Lubitschek.
Now, after that interview on the 7th, what did you do next as far as your investigation?
We continued to reach out to friends and family, gather more background information.
And on the 8th, what did you do in the morning?
We briefed at Cohasset Police Station a plan to execute a search warrant.
And where were you going to execute the search warrant?
516 CJC Highway.
What time did you have the opportunity to execute the search warrant?
Around 9 a.m.
And so when you executed the search warrant, who was with you?
Myself, I believe Chief Quigley, the day shift for patrol, the state police detectives, crime scene. I believe that was it.
And who was at the house when you executed the search warrant?
The defendant and his children, and Diana Walsh, the mother.
And what did you do with those people in order to execute the search warrant?
We had reached out to Attorney Minor, and she came to the scene, and they all left with Attorney Minor.
Now, did you ever have the opportunity to speak to Mr. Walsh again on January 8th of 2023?
Yes.
Where did that conversation take place?
Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And who was present for that conversation?
Attorney Minor, myself, Trooper DeChico, Trooper Proctor, the defendant, and his children were in the other room.
And have you had the opportunity to review a recording of that?
Yes.
And does that fairly and accurately depict the defendant's statements in that interview?
Yes.
Your Honor, the Commonwealth will proceed to have this marked as the next exhibit, which today I believe is 62.
Any additional objections beyond the ones I previously heard?
No, Your Honor.
The 1/8/23 audio will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 62. And for the record, for those of you keeping track over there, the jump is as a result of the following. The parties agreed to, and I had indicated to the council, now will indicate to you on the record, certain financial records the parties agreed to have been admitted into evidence, and those records are now in evidence as Exhibits 56, 61. They comprised records from Apple Credit Union, Barclays JetBlue Credit Card, Leader Bank, JP Morgan Chase, Liberty Bank, Bay Credit Union, and Fidelity Records. So,
Thank you, Your Honor. Your Honor, with the court's permission, may the Commonwealth play Exhibit 62?
You may.
Thank you. Ms. Gilman?
(11:13) on Sunday, the 8th, 2023. My name is Harrison Schmidt. I'm a detective at Cohasset Police.
Trooper Michael Proctor, Norfolk County DA's office.
Dave, did you go Trooper, Norfolk DA's office?
Tracy Minor, attorney for Brian.
So we're here at 244 Gannett Road in Situate. Did you see the time?
Yep.
Okay. Let's see. So yes, the last time we spoke was yesterday, and I think we asked you to give us a good account of where you went when you left your house on the 1st, and you told us that you'd gone to visit your mom, went out, ran a few errands for Whole Foods, CVS, and thank you, ma'am. You told us that the Whole Foods was across from the house, and your mom lives in Paradise Lane, and the CVS was in Danvers. Where is which CVS in Danvers was it?
No, sorry, maybe it's like, by the nail salon that, I used to do a few years ago.
What road would that be?
By Kathmandu,
Kathmandu. Okay. And what did you, purchase there?
It's probably the alcoholic wipes or the other wipes, whatever it's called.
Okay, and the method of payment?
Cash.
And the time that you would have been there?
7?
About 7 p.m.?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was looking for, how long can you show up?
Okay.
Because, it's very hard.
Well, we know that you got back to Cohasset by 8.
After 11:30, yes. But,
It's not an exact science, but like a general approximation.
Before 7, most likely, it was, it gets dark out, so we're late.
Was it dark when you got there?
Yeah.
It was. You think it was 6:30?
I don't.
Okay.
So it could have been at 6:30.
Did you go anywhere else other than that CVS and Danny's?
That was the only place I went. In the whole group.
And you went there,
Earlier.
for the time?
Yeah. I've been going to Walgreens. Anytime I go, my mother asks me to get alcohol for the kids. That would be trying to get some.
And on the second, the only place you went was the press. On the, man, what is, shake the press. You did.
Big purchases.
Okay. Thank you for getting that together for me. Okay. So obviously there's a lot of electronic devices in your house. You've been kind enough to consent to downloading several of them. One of them being the iPad mini that's Thomas's. Is that right? Now on the previously you told us that Thomas had gotten up on New Year's Eve, spent some time with you, Jeremy and Anna, and then you'd gone to bed, right? And that was what, like 10, 30, is that correct?
Around there.
Around there.
You can combine the photo that was sent by Anna. You give it the more exact time.
Do you use any other devices in the house?
I use my phone, and Anna and I only use our phones and the, I use everything, but I only use the gold laptop.
The gold laptop? Is that an Apple or?
Everything we have there is Apple, except Anna's work computer was not Apple.
So again, we downloaded the iPad mini, and you've been fairly consistent in your story, your account in the morning. You said that Anna gave you a kiss at 6:30 in the morning. Is that right? You say that, and then 7:30 you went to make breakfast.
That's correct.
Right. So how do you explain at about 4:54 in the morning, the iPad mini is querying the 10 best ways to dispose of the human body?
54
in the morning.
I have no idea.
Thomas is asleep. And
Well,
he's using
Thomas
the iPad.
Thomas is in his room with the iPad. Thomas is usually, I mean, I don't use an iPad, so that's really weird.
He's 6, right?
Yeah.
He's,
He does not have the.
is he the average intelligence for a 6-year-old?
Oh, no, I think so. Yeah.
Okay, but 6-year-olds typically, I mean, I have a 4-year-old who's has a hard, he can't spell his last name.
No,
6 is
exactly.
obviously way more advanced. If you have a 6-year-old, who, you know, there's no.
Obviously not.
Okay. There is dozens of searches on that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the human body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of a body in the trash, how to stop a body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
So you're not using that iPad?
No, sir. I mean, only to get it for his spooky movies.
Okay. On 11/6, right?
That's what I believe, yeah.
So throughout the afternoon on the 1st, when Anna is gone, the device continues to query how to get blood stains, does blood remove, Does the dishwasher remove blood from a knife? So on and so forth.
These queries continue on January 2nd, 3rd. That saw this number of body, that nature. Does time turn that?
It is 11:21, still January 8th, 2023. Pretty nothing important.
Sergeant, after that interview was over, what did you do?
We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
If you could keep your voice up, sir.
Sorry. We went back to the Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see Mr. Walsh again that day?
Yes,
About what time?
about 4 p.m.
And where was that?
at Attorney Minor's residence in Situate.
And what did you do with him at that point in time?
I placed the defendant under arrest.
Now, where was the defendant taken after you placed him under arrest?
The Cohasset Police Station.
And did you ever have the opportunity to see his hands on January 8th and January 9th?
Yes.
The Commonwealth would seek to publish what's been marked as Exhibit 48, which is file number 7697.
That's one of the previously admitted exhibits from yesterday morning, yes?
Thank you, Your Honor.
You may publish it.
Sergeant, what is this?
That is a picture of the defendant's thumb.
And if the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 49, which is file number 7701, also previously marked from yesterday, Your Honor. And Sergeant, what is this?
That is the picture of the defendant's thumb, and you can see the blue tile from the booking room floor in the background.
Ms. Gilman, if you could take that down. Now, Sergeant, what did you do on January 9th in this matter?
I went to 300 Forest Street in Peabody.
And about what time did you get to 300 Forest Street in Peabody?
Around dusk.
And why were you there?
We had collected 2 dumpsters from the apartment complex at 330 Paradise Road. Those were transported to a transfer, like a trash transfer station in Peabody for examination.
And so what were you doing? Well, so when you got to Peabody, about what time was it?
I was right around the beginning of dark.
And who was there?
Myself, Detective Lieutenant Lopes, Lieutenant Tully, members of the CERT team, and other troopers.
And Lieutenant Tully, he's with the state police and opposed to Detective Lieutenant Lopes with Cohasset. Correct. Okay. And so what were these state troopers doing? Not Lieutenant Tully, but the other ones you just mentioned.
It's a big warehouse with trash lining on the walls. We had dumped the contents of the dumpsters in the warehouse, and we began searching the bags, bag by bag.
And why were you and so what would you do with the bags when you searched them bag by bag?
The contents of the bags were opened. It was spread out on the ground. We'd look at the contents, see if it was important. If it was, those were moved to like a tarp or plastic or paper sheeting where they could be documented, photographed, collected as evidence.
If the Commonwealth could publish Exhibit 50 from yesterday, Your Honor, which would be file number HAS 7025.
You may.
Sir, directing your attention, what is this?
This is plastic sheeting.
And can you see yourself in this photograph at all?
I can see my feet.
Where are your feet located?
At the top of the frame.
And if you could just tell us like what you're wearing for footwear?
Brown leather boots and gray pants.
And if the Commonwealth could have Exhibit 51, which is file number 6810. So, Sergeant, what are we looking at here as far as the process that you were describing?
So this is right when one of the bags was opened for examination. The contents was dumped out so we could look at it.
And if we could go to Exhibit 52, which is file 6867. Now, what are we looking at here in relation to the previous photograph?
Those are the contents moved to like tarp and plastic and paper sheeting so they could be further examined.
And the boots, do you know what brand those are?
Hunter boots.
And Ms. Gilman, is it possible to zoom in on the white piece of paper underneath the purse? Sergeant, did you see that white piece of paper that night?
I did.
What was that?
That's a COVID-19 vaccination card with the name Anna Walshe on it.
If you could close out of that. Now, Sergeant, did you ever have the opportunity to review financial records in this matter?
Yes.
And you said that you'd been working on that during your investigation, but you've also looked at them since then. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. At this point in time, Your Honor, the Commonwealth would ask to publish page 6 from Exhibit 56, Apple Credit Union.
You may publish that page, yes.
Thank you.
This is from the Apple Credit Union.
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant, do you see this statement?
Yes.
All right, Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
The ending date is January 31st, 2023.
And Sergeant, and Ms. Gilman, if you could scroll down. Sergeant, do you remember what the outstanding balance was on the account?
I believe it was overdrawn by over $800.
And Sergeant, regarding the payments on this account, do they bear any similarity to the other withdrawals on the other months?
Yes.
What's those?
Rockland FCU, that payment was reoccurring. Pepco payments was reoccurring. Leader Bank Online was a reoccurring payment.
And Your Honor, at this point in time, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 8 from Exhibit 57, the Barclays JetBlue card.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, what is the date for this statement?
Statement period ending in January 17th, 2023.
And what was the balance for this statement?
Statement balance as of 1/17/2023 is $2,145.69.
Ms. Gill, and Your Honor, if we could publish page 10 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. And Ms. Gilman, could you go down to the bottom? Sergeant, what did you see as far as activity on this card after December 31st?
None.
Your Honor, may we publish page 4 from Exhibit 58, Leader Bank?
May.
Thank you. Sergeant, do you recognize this statement?
Yes.
What is this for?
This is a mortgage payment for investment property.
And do you see an address associated with it? Towards the bottom.
Yes, the collateral property is a condo at 35A Turdour Street, Unit 35A-5, Lynn, Mass.
Sergeant, in the interviews you had with the defendant, there were discussions of properties. What other properties were there that Anna Walshe or the defendant had access to in Massachusetts?
There were Lynn rental properties.
And if we could close out of this, in Your Honor, with the court's permission, may we publish page 45 of JP Morgan Chase, Exhibit 60. Oh, I'm sorry, Exhibit 59.
Page 40?
45.
Page 45. You may.
Thank you. Sergeant, what is this account?
This is the Chase Freedom Card.
And when is the period ending for this account? Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down just a little? Under opening and closing date, what are those, sir?
The range is October 18th, 2022 to November 17th, 2022.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll up? What was due on the account at that point in time after the November date?
At $0.
And with the court's permission, the Commonwealth would seek to publish page 47 of the same exhibit.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Sergeant, directing your attention to page 47 of the same exhibit, I'd like to ask some questions about October 30th. Do you see that entry on it?
Yes.
What is that state on October 30th?
A United flight was purchased on the 30th for November 23rd, 2022 from airport code IAD to airport code DUB.
What is the date associated with that?
November 23rd, 2022.
The next line down, sir.
Purchased on the same date of October 30th, a Air France flight departing airport code DUB to arriving CDG, and then a connecting flight CDG to BEG.
And the next line after that, sir. Oh, and by the way, what was the date associated with that airline?
That was 11/27/2022.
The next line on October 30th, sir.
A flight from Lufthansa Airlines for the date of December 7th, 2022, leaving BEG to airport code FRA, and then a connecting flight FRA to BOS.
Do you know BOS's airport?
Boston Logan.
Do you know IAD?
IAD is Dulles in Virginia.
What is DUB?
Dublin in Ireland.
What's CDG?
Charles de Gaulle in France.
What's BEG?
Belgrade.
What is FRA?
Frankfurt.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 97 on, one moment. Could the Commonwealth publish page 97 of this same exhibit, Your Honor?
Page 97 of 59.
Yes, thank
May.
you. Thank you, Your Honor. Within this same exhibit, was there another credit card?
Yes.
And what was this credit card called?
IHG Rewards.
And looking at page 97, what is the balance owed on this credit card?
$2,690.97.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down? What is the closing date for that account?
January 23rd, 2023.
And Ms. Gilman, could you scroll down some more? What is the name on that account?
Anna Walshe.
Now, if the Commonwealth could publish page 25 of Exhibit 60 from Liberty Bay.
You may.
Do you recognize this statement, sir?
Yes.
What is this?
This is a Liberty Bay Credit Union statement ending in January 31st, 2023.
And who's the name on the statement?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the balance on the statement?
$3,388.98.
And do you see those withdrawals on January 3rd and 4th?
Yes.
Do they have any similarities to other withdrawals and other statements within this exhibit?
Yes, the MLS property was reoccurring every 3 months, and the WJ Management and Great North Prop were reoccurring monthly.
The Commonwealth could publish page 7 of Exhibit 61, Fidelity.
You may.
Thank you, Your Honor. Oh, page 7. Sir, within Fidelity, how many accounts were there?
2.
And do you recognize page 7?
Yes, this is account ending in 5493, a IRA account.
And who's the name on the IRA account?
Anna Walshe.
And what is the date of the investment report?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value at that point in time?
$93,615.82.
And if the Commonwealth finally, Your Honor, could publish page 118 from the same exhibit?
You may.
Thank you. What account is this, sir?
This is an individual investment account ending in 5491 for Anna Walsh.
And what is the investment report date?
February 1, 2023 to February 28, 2023.
And what is the account value?
$117,719.74.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Your Honor, may I have a moment?
You may.
Your Honor, at this point in time, could the Commonwealth ask that you read in G for identification, another stipulation?
Yes, may I have G, please? I don't need to repeat to you what the stipulation is. I'll just read it now to you. Brian Walsh was arraigned in United States District Court in Boston, Massachusetts on May 11, 2018. On April 1st, 2021, Brian Walsh pled guilty to indictments for wire fraud, interstate transportation for a scheme to defraud, and conducting an unlawful monetary transaction. On October 6, 2021, an initial sentencing hearing took place in the United States District Court. Brian Walsh was seeking a sentence of probation and restitution, while the government, through the United States Attorney's Office, was seeking a sentence which included incarceration of 30 to 37 months and restitution of approximately $475,000. In January 2023, Brian Walsh had not been sentenced on the federal charges. Brian Walsh was represented by a lawyer at all stages of the federal case.
And I have one last question, Your Honor. Sergeant, what are the closest hardware stores to 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway?
On Route 3A, to the north is Hingham Lumber, about a mile away. And to the south is Abishan Hardware, also in Cohasset, about a mile away.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Any cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor, thank you.
You may proceed.
Morning, sir.
Good morning, sir.
Those financial records that were just displayed to the jury, tell us in your own words, what was the significance of those?
It goes to the totality of the circumstances in the investigation. It gives us background and just an understanding
An understanding of what?
of the entire investigation.
Well, what those records show, isn't it, is that there was a lot of automatic payments being made.
Yes.
Those records do not show any withdrawals reportedly by Mr. Brian Walsh, do they?
Correct.
And for instance, those records that were related to the Freedom card that you then told the jury about the indication of the flights and you identified DUB as government. Where did you get those records?
From Chase Freedom.
Okay. You didn't find those records in the home of Mr. Walsh, did you?
No.
And you didn't find those records then in the possession of Mr. Walsh, did you?
Can I explain?
Can you answer the question?
I can.
What is it?
Physically in his possession, no.
And when you were talking and asking Mr. Walsh questions, both on January 4th, January 5th, and later on January 7th, and then on January 8th, he never once told you anything about Anna Walsh being in Dublin, or he was suspecting that she was in Dublin, or anything of the sort.
Correct.
When you were talking to Mr. Walsh back on January 4th and January 5th, he forthrightly told you about the federal case, didn't he?
Yes.
And he told you that it was, I think he used the word integrity. He admitted that this was all his fault, correct?
Yes.
And that stipulation that was just read to the jury about the federal case, that was the same case, wasn't it?
Correct.
It was about painting fraud involving Warhol paintings that were fraudulent, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, and based on your investigation that's gone on for some time now, other than that federal, there's no other federal case. Let me ask you.
I'm not aware of any other federal case.
And it'd be one of the things you would do as the lead detective in this case, to make sure you knew about other pending federal cases or things like that, correct?
Yes.
Let me just ask this. You told us that on January 8th, around 4 p.m., you returned, was it to Attorney Minor's home and placed Mr. Walsh under arrest?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that once he was placed under arrest, is it fair to say that he remained in custody?
Yes.
And so, just getting to that Richard Walker stipulation, fair to say that one of those ransom notes that we had to hear about, that occurred after Mr. Walsh had been placed into custody, correct?
Yes, I believe it was February 10th, the second one I received.
So, even though the stipulation entered into evidence was that everybody agrees that Mr. Walsh had nothing to do with that Richard Walker tip, nonetheless, you knew and the detectives knew early on in this case that that Richard Walker tip had nothing to do with Mr. Walsh, correct?
That was our understanding.
Okay. Now I want to focus your attention on what we heard on the January 8th interview. By the time you got to Tracy Minor's home, you and your colleagues had done an investigation on what's been referred to as a mini iPad, correct?
Yes.
And that mini iPad was associated with one of the sons, the oldest son, correct?
Correct.
And when you listen to that recording, when you listen to the questions that are posed to Mr. Walsh, and you ask him about that mini pad, his demeanor changed, didn't it?
Yes.
In fact, it's fair to say, isn't it? I don't want to mischaracterize, but he basically he looked and sounded sad, didn't he?
Correct.
Because you were talking to him about his oldest son mini pad, right?
Objection.
Basis. Overruled.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
You were talking to him at the time about his oldest son's mini pad, correct?
Correct.
And he basically answered you, I don't know anything about those searches, right?
Correct.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walsh about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
Right. So now your investigation was able to determine that whoever conducted those searches, of course, your investigation revealed that it was Brian Walsh. He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
And so when you asked him about that mini iPad belonging to his son, his demeanor changed and he looked sad, correct?
Yes.
Those, okay?
Yes, sir.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walsh, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, do you?
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously. So let me ask you a couple of questions about some of the things you testified to about yesterday. One of the things you testified to is at some point after going to the home and talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, you and I believe it was Detective Lawrence?
Officer Greg Lawrence.
Okay, Lawrence. You went and you surveyed the interior and the exterior of the home.
Yes.
And one of the things that you were doing was, as a trained law enforcement officer, you were looking for anything that might give you a clue or anything suspicious or anything like that.
Correct.
And that's how you're trained.
Yes.
And you're a very competent officer, aren't you?
I think so.
And in this case, you exercised that competency. And when you saw, for instance, that Volvo out in the parking lot, you walked out there and you looked inside the Volvo, correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that Mr. Walsh was with you at the same time?
Yes.
And you made note, and you told this jury about it, you made note that you saw a piece of plastic sheeting lying in the back of that Volvo, correct?
Yes.
And you even made note of what you described as a seedling that had fallen down into that sheathing.
Yes, that's what I remember.
And eventually that sheathing was eventually seized, wasn't it?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It
last
was
part.
eventually seized. It was taken.
That plastic sheeting? Not to my knowledge.
Okay. Was there other plastic sheathing that was subsequently seized?
Yes.
And did that subsequent seized sheathing that matched the sheathing that you observed in the Volvo?
It looked familiar. I'm not aware of any scientific comparison from one sheeting to the next.
Okay. But I guess it's just fair to say that when you were looking around and you looked at that Volvo, Mr. Walsh didn't keep you from looking inside, did he?
Correct.
The child-proof latches that we heard about yesterday. If we could have Exhibit 34 brought up, photo number 7335. That's that door that you testified to yesterday?
Yes.
That's the door to the basement?
Correct.
The childhood latches are at the top of the door?
Yes.
Anybody can undo those latches as long as they're tall enough to reach them?
I assume with the proper grip strength, yes.
Okay. And so any adult could probably release that plastic latch, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, on the door handle, there was no key lock or anything of the sort preventing somebody from going down into the basement?
I don't recall a key lock on that door.
And when you saw that door for the first time, was it open or shut?
I don't recall.
Okay. We heard some evidence yesterday about a hole in the ceiling in Mr. Walsh's bedroom, correct?
Yes.
I'm sorry, you can take that exhibit down. I apologize. Maybe we could see now Exhibit 29, photograph 7319. Now that's the hole we're talking about, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony that you saw that hole on January 4th, the first time you were taking a tour of the house?
I remember seeing it on the 5th and not being surprised by it.
And all you mean by that is, I could have seen it, but I'm just not sure.
Yes, so I definitely remember it on the 5th, and I remember knowing that the ceiling tile was in the bottom drawer of that bureau or that nightstand. I don't explicitly remember seeing it on the 4th, but I believe I did just because I wasn't surprised by my seeing it on the 5th.
Okay. Is it fair to say that when you talk about those ceiling pieces, they were stuffed in a drawer that was right there underneath the hole?
Correct.
And it was Mr. Walsh who showed you where those pieces were?
Yes.
And you didn't see anything on those pieces that raised any suspicion?
No.
It's fair to say that when we look at this exhibit, we can see what sometimes is referred to as ceiling joists.
That's what it appears to be, yes.
Okay, and between the ceiling joists is insulation?
Correct.
And it's as if the insulation is intact, the ceiling joists are intact, but the plaster fell down, correct?
Yes.
And it's fair to say that plaster falls down without any pressure on it, depending on what happened, correct?
Depending on the state of disrepair, possibly.
Okay. You have no idea how that hole occurred, do you?
I believe in one of the audio recordings, the defendant states he goes up there and was walking around.
Okay. But you don't have any idea what he was walking around for?
Correct.
And in fact, in that conversation, the context of that was that that occurred long before January 1st.
That was my presumption.
Presumption based on the context of the conversation?
Yes.
That insulation that we see, is it fair to say that what we're looking at is the paper wrapping that covers the fiberglass that forms the insulation?
Yes, the vapor barrier portion of the insulation.
And is it fair to say, do you know, well, that's a terrible question. Do you know, sir, if the insulation that we're looking at in that exhibit, what color it is when you look at the fiberglass insulation?
I remember it being pink.
Okay. And it's a pink color. Now, we saw some photographs of the basement of the Cohasset home, didn't we, yesterday? Correct?
Yes.
And in those photographs, it also showed photographs on the ceiling to the basement, correct?
Correct.
And that ceiling also had insulation, correct?
Correct.
And that color of that insulation was also pink, correct?
Correct.
You talked about going down into the basement, and you saw some bags down there. You recall that?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit number 33, photograph 7343? Well, I got the wrong number. I apologize. Well, I think I'll just ask you questions. I apologize for all of that. You went down into the basement.
Yes.
Did Mr. Walsh go down in the basement with you?
Yes.
You found some bags down there.
I did.
And you didn't open the bags.
Correct.
But you pushed on the bags or touched the bags, didn't you?
Yeah, I manipulated with my boot.
With your boot. And what did you think was in the bags?
Like a piece of a rug or like carpet sample sized.
Okay. But you didn't look in the bag, correct?
Correct.
But based on your training and experience, you thought it was pieces of rug.
That's what I assumed.
Okay. And this was on January 4th, wasn't it?
It was either the 4th or the 5th.
Okay. Whether it's the 4th or the 5th, there were still bags down there in the basement that may have contained pieces of rug.
Correct.
And Mr. Walsh was right with you when you were using your boot to touch those bags. And using your training experience, determined that feels like they have rug pieces.
Correct.
And down in that basement, those stairs, they're wood stairs, aren't they?
They are.
And did you notice the very bottom stair to the stairway to the basement? It was cracked or broken?
Not at the time.
And of course, the flooring for that basement that you entered, that was concrete, correct?
Yes.
You were asked some questions both yesterday and today about the pool that is in the rear part of the home in Cohasset, correct?
Yes.
And at one point, you looked at the pool and it had water in it, and then subsequently, it had been drained, correct?
Yes.
And as far as you know, nothing of any significance was found in that pool, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you would be interested to determine if there was any evidence that a substance like blood had been placed in that pool. That'd be one of the things you'd be curious about,
Yes.
correct?
Yes.
And after you and your fellow officers had uncovered the searches that we've heard some about, you're aware of a search, aren't you, that was found on the MacBook that talked about something about how you measure blood in a pool or some words to that effect? Are you aware of it?
Yes.
And so there was never anything found of any significance in the pool, was there?
Not that I'm aware of.
And in fact, I think it was, you talked about a canine search in the back area, correct?
Yes.
And that canine is a human scent canine, correct?
It's a patrol and tracking dog.
And it didn't hit on, if that's the proper term, it did not hit on anything in the backyard whatsoever.
I believe the canine was on the outside portion of that fenced-in backyard doing the track.
Okay. It didn't hit on anything significant or related to your investigation of this case?
No.
Now, you walked through the house, you already told us, correct?
Yes.
You walked through it at least twice, one on January 4th and then on January 5th.
Yes.
And you didn't see anything that seemed suspicious, correct?
Correct.
And it's fair to say that, quote, you're sensitive to that, correct? Based on your training and experience.
Yes.
But you well know, don't you, that subsequently, multiple criminals from the Mass State Police then arrived at that house sometime after or on January 8th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And they were there for more than just 2 days, weren't they?
It was more than one day. It went into the second day at least.
And they went over every single room and item in that Cohasset home, didn't they?
That is my presumption.
And so even though when you, as a trained and experienced officer, walked through that house a couple of times and didn't see anything, still there was trained criminalists that came to the house to conduct testing and searching for anything that might be significant, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
There was trained criminalists that came to the house to look for anything that might be significant related to the investigation that was ongoing.
That is correct.
I want to ask you some questions about There's no such thing as something called iMessenger, is there?
I'm familiar with iMessages.
Right.
Like Apple-to-Apple communication.
Right. So my question is rather simple. There's no such thing called iMessenger, correct?
At that direct quote, not that I'm aware of.
Okay. And when you were talking to Mr. Walsh on January 4th, he used the term iMessenger, didn't he?
It was either iMessenger or iMessages.
Well, you were asked about that when you testified before the grand jury, weren't you?
I don't recall, likely.
Well, do you recall that at the grand jury, based on a series of questions, you determined and stated in part that when Mr. Walsh was talking about iMessenger, he was really talking about Facebook Messenger.
The context of that portion of the interview did seem as if it was, because we're on the Facebook subject and social media subject.
Okay, and when he was talking to you and saying, well, some messages would come up on his phone that were intended for Anna Walsh, he was talking about, quote, iMessenger. That's the phrase he used, correct?
I believe so.
And then Messenger, once again, has to do with Facebook, correct?
That was my presumption from the context of the conversation.
And so you are unaware, as you sit here today, that there is any forensic evidence that Mr. Walsh ever saw the messages or any messages that may have occurred between Anna Walsh and one person named William Faster, correct?
Can you repeat the wording of that, just so I have it clear?
You are unaware of any forensic evidence that establishes that Mr. Walsh saw iMessages that may have been sent between Anna Walsh and William Faster.
I don't recall any digital forensics related to what you're describing.
Okay. And in fact, are you aware of the use of Messenger in the context of Facebook?
Yes.
And is it fair to say, and just correct me if I'm wrong, that somebody can friend somebody on Facebook and then they can trade messenger communication, correct?
That's my understanding, yes.
And anybody who is a friend will see those messenger communications and can respond to them?
In the context of Facebook?
Yes, in the context of Facebook.
Messages, my understanding is messages between people would be only between the people that are included in that message.
Well, when you talk about messenger, you're talking about messengers, the format used
Facebook,
on
Facebook Messenger, yes.
It's fair to say that if someone's trying to hide an affair, they don't communicate using Facebook Messenger that might be open to people that they don't want to find out about an affair.
Objection.
Sustained.
You are unaware, as you sit here today, of any forensic evidence that indicates that Mr. Walsh saw any Facebook Messenger communications between Anna Walsh and William Fasto, aren't you?
Correct.
In your interview and your questioning of Mr. Walsh, and I can withdraw that, Judge, I apologize. During your questioning of Mr. Walsh, you were present with others, correct?
Yes.
Other officers.
Yes.
So sometimes when the jury heard that questioning, it wasn't you asking the questions, it was other officers, including Trooper DeChico, correct?
Yes.
But during those questioning, you were asking, and when I say you, I mean you or your colleagues, you were asking Mr. Walsh for names of people that might be helpful, correct?
Yes.
And he gave you a number of names, people who he knew Anna may be friends with in DC, and names of people that she might be friends with in the Massachusetts area, correct?
Correct.
And one of the names that he gave you was William Fastow, correct?
Yes.
And you are aware of the fact that William Fastow sold the $1 million townhouse to Anna Walsh and Brian Walsh, correct?
Yes.
And when Mr. Walsh gave you the name of William Fastow, he didn't sound angry, did he?
He did not.
He didn't say anything pejorative about Mr. Fastow, did he?
Correct.
And before that occurred, you or your fellow officers had made it clear by asking Mr. Walsh questions of whether he knew anything about an affair or affairs that Anna Walsh might be involved in.
Yes, we asked about that.
And you asked him about it more than once.
Correct.
And you were asking about it because it could be something that you'd use in your investigation, correct?
Yes.
And by the nature and the context of your investigation, you were making it clear that, well, an affair could be some evidence that could be either good or bad in our investigation.
Potentially.
Right. And so anybody who's trying to hide the fact that they knew about an affair that could be bad evidence, you wouldn't expect them to give you the name of a person that they knew was having an affair with their wife.
Objection.
Sustained.
Well, isn't that part of your training experience, officer, that you don't expect people to give you harmful information when you're asking them questions?
Objection.
Sustained.
In any event, you had made it clear to Mr. Walsh that evidence of an affair could be either good or bad, correct?
Can you repeat that?
But you made it clear, you and your colleagues, in the multiple questions about an affair, that evidence of an affair between Anna and somebody else could be good or bad evidence.
I don't recall speaking about an affair being good or bad.
In any event, we can all agree that he just gave you the name of William Fastow in the context of anybody that she may know, Anna, may know in the DC area, correct?
Correct.
Along with other names, correct?
Correct.
Now, on January 7th, during the interview of Mr. Walsh, he was told, and the jury has heard this, that obviously, quote, obviously, with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have their suspicions about you and whether you did something to Anna. That was told to Mr. Walsh on January 7th, wasn't it?
Correct.
In fact, you were, the point of that question was you were warning Mr. Walsh that people are going to suspect him, correct?
It was the topic of discussion.
Okay. And so it's true, isn't it? When something happens like a missing person, people don't believe somebody that they think might be responsible for the missing person, correct?
Objection.
I'll have the question back.
I'm sorry, Joe.
I'll have the question back. Sorry about that.
I'm
For a
sorry.
new question.
I'm, sure. Oh, I'm sorry.
Could I hear that? No, if I was supposed to.
Maybe I'll, the best thing to do is withdraw the question and start over.
Start another one. Thank you.
You were warning Mr. Walsh that people weren't going to believe it.
I didn't make that statement, so I was not warning him that.
Okay, but you were there with your colleagues, correct?
Yes.
And your colleague, I mean, from the context of it, you understand that your colleague was telling Mr. Walsh, people aren't going to believe you, so they're going to be suspicious.
I don't know if it was under the context of people aren't going to believe you, but we were discussing the subject that he may, people may suspect him. And I remember he said that his attorney exposed him to that.
Okay, but regardless of what his attorney told him, when it was told to Mr. Walsh, obviously with Anna missing, you know, the public and many people, they're going to have this suspicion about you and whether you did something to Anna, correct?
Yes.
And as an experienced police officer, you know that to sometimes be true, correct?
Sometimes.
People don't believe you when you say something happened, correct? Objection.
Overruled, but I am having a little hard time. I don't know if it's the monitor or the tone or the largeness of this room. So keep your voice up. And if you can on the microphone, I know you like to move around.
Maybe I should just stay right here.
It's all right. You can move around. I just need you to keep your voice up.
Thank you, Judge. You know, sir, that in investigations, for instance, for a missing person, people don't believe the person that they might think is responsible, correct?
I've always been under the premise of trust but verify.
Trust but verify. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you, sir.
Redirect.
No, Your Honor.
The witness may step down.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Commonwealth may call its next witness.
Commonwealth calls Trooper Nicholas Garino.
Are you standing face the clock for me?
Good morning, sir. And you may proceed.
Thank you so much, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning.
Could you please state your name for the record and spell your last name, sir?
Nicholas Garino, Guarino.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm a trooper with the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper?
A little over 10 years now.
And what is your current assignment?
Currently assigned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office.
And how long have you been assigned there?
November 2019, so 6 years-ish, about that.
And what are your responsibilities at the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do digital forensics and a sexual assault investigator, as well as assist on homicide cases and narcotics cases.
Trooper, you're currently on a medical leave due to a work-related injury. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And can you tell this jury about your educational background?
Yes, I went to Westfield State College. I have 2 bachelor's degrees in criminal justice and mass communications.
And can you also tell the jury about any kind of specialized training that you have in forensic examinations in order to be a forensic examiner?
So I've taken numerous Cellbrite classes. They're 40-hour certification courses, as well as other online trainings with National White Collar Crime and Magna Forensics, which is another forensic company, and Burla Motor Vehicle Forensics.
So I'm going to ask you a little bit about those. What is Cellbrite?
Cellbrite is specialized software and hardware to download and extract data from digital devices.
And Cellbrite is the name of the company?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And is that a private company?
Yes, they are.
And what is Magnet Forensics?
Magna Forensics is also a forensic company to download and extract digital devices as well.
Okay. And do you have certifications from any of the companies?
Yes. Cellbrite, I've taken 4 or 5 of their classes. CCO, CCPA, which is their extraction software. They teach you how to use it and extract devices. Cellbrite Mobile Forensics, their Cert F class, which is to repair and fix digital devices and cell phones. So if you have something that breaks, you can still get the data from it. CASA, which is their advanced database software class to go into the databases of the software, the devices we get. And also CAF, which is Cellbrite Apple Forensics Fundamentals, I believe is the acronym, for Apple devices and MacBooks.
So you received certifications for all of those trainings?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And how do you get the training? How do you get the certification from the training?
So it's a 40-hour week-long course in person with book learning and then hands-on training. And then at the end of the week, you take a test to show proficiency, and if you pass, you get the certification.
And you were able to pass those?
Yes.
Do you have specialized training for Apple products?
Yes, that's the CAF class that I took.
Okay. So prior to being a Massachusetts State Trooper, did you have any law enforcement background?
Yes, I was a Norwood police officer for just under 11 years.
And any military background?
Yes, I was in the Army National Guard for 7 years.
And have you previously testified about examination of digital forensics?
Yes, I have.
Thank you. Your Honor, would this be a time that you'd like me to stop before I begin the full examination for the break?
Sure. So jurors, we're going to take the morning break and we'll see you back in about 20 to 30 minutes.
All right, so court, please. Close your notebooks, follow me.
We had a little bit of a glitch this morning that we're going to be stuck with all day. And we were supposed to be running this from Margaret's channel, but for some reason, my YouTube wouldn't launch properly from there. So I'm kind of on both at the same time. And so I'm here with you guys, and Jen and Margaret are on her channel. And looks like Jen is gone for the day and Margaret is back. Hey, Margaret.
Hey. Yeah, very, very interesting. What do you think so far?
I mean, it's the defense is doing what they have to do, right? I didn't see any of it being effective. I mean, that's the hand they're dealt. But they have to somehow create doubt over those odd searches that Brian Walshe made, right?
Yeah, and as I was listening to Tipton's cross-examination of the lead investigator, what I really got from it was, they had quite a big team of investigators. The state police came in. He was part of the Cohasset police. Yet, I think what he was getting at or suggesting was, did they see actual evidence that a murder took place? And that's what I think he was kind of, suggesting to the jury. At least that's what I got out of it.
Right. And they tried another area. So he had apparently Googled something about a pool. Did he Google something about a pool and a blood in a pool or something like that?
Well, they were searching the pool, and I'm not sure if I don't know I saw that as a Google, but I know that Tipton kept saying, well, you didn't see any evidence that anything happened inside the pool, right?
And I think the point of it, yeah, right. And I think the point of it was just because he searched for something relative to, just because Brian Walshe had searched for something relative to the pool, such as blood in the pool or something like that, yet they didn't find anything in the pool. So by inference, you could say the same thing. Just because he searched for how to dispose of a body, that doesn't mean that he disposed of a body.
Right, exactly. And then I thought it was interesting. Tipton was also questioning about Anna's affair, and Brian's trying to say that he didn't know they were having an affair, whether the jury believes that or not. I don't know.
Right.
With Fastow, who Anna had been having an affair with. He's a real estate agent in Washington, D.C., and she'd also spent Christmas Eve with him shortly before she disappeared, or Thanksgiving and part of Christmas Eve with him shortly before she disappeared. And that, of course, if Brian admits that he knew about the affair, that would be motive to murder his wife.
Just to remind people, I'm with Margaret on It's a Crime with Margaret McLean. If you want to join us there, we have about 90 people over at Yellow Cottage Tales. And I hate to send you away, and I'm certainly not sending you away. But if you want to listen to Margaret's end of the conversation as we speak, it's a Crime with Margaret McLean. And it was interesting this morning. One of the things that I forget where my thought was going to go on that. I had the thought before I started reminding people to head over there.
I need the subscribers, you guys. I'm not as I did a regular podcast on this case, or actually on the I started out with the Anna Walshe case on my podcast. It's a Crime with Margaret McLean, but I went over to YouTube for the second Karen Reed trial, so I'm building my channel, and I'm actually almost at 1,000 subscribers. So if you don't mind going and pressing subscribe or like, it would be great. I would appreciate it. So
I just remember what I wanted to say. I actually wanted to ask you a question.
Oh boy.
My question was, in this case here, where we don't have a body, but we do have the defendant admitting to disposing and dismembering the body, how important is motive? Because obviously, this is what you were talking about here. Motive, was he perhaps jealous because Anna was having an affair possibly with somebody else? Was there a possible financial motive? How important is motive?
Well, you know that the Commonwealth doesn't have to prove motive. However, it's very important for the jurors, I think, in their minds, to come up with a motive for the crime. So in this case, where we don't have, that I see so far, actual evidence of a premeditated murder, but we do have evidence that he disposed of the body, I think they would be looking for some sort of motive that a murder occurred. And again, knowledge of the affair. And it's my understanding that Brian's mother had hired a private investigator to look into whether Anna was having an affair. And this was prior to Anna's death. So I think in this case, motive will be something that jurors will want to hold on to.
Because I guess what I was thinking was this, Margaret. So let's say you have a husband and a wife, just in any scenario,
Yep.
where the husband kills the wife, and you don't necessarily have a very clear motive. But is it possible to just say, look, all couples at some point have had a fight or an argument, and we may not know the full motive, but that we have other evidence that shows that it happened. There must be other cases like that, right? Where is not a clear motive. There's not a really glaring reason why the husband killed the wife, but he did anyways.
Yeah. It was interesting. I had a long chat last night with someone who's not a lawyer, but who's been following this case with me from the beginning on my podcast. And it was even on my podcast as a guest. Now, he was a member, I'll try to get him on, but he also was a juror in a case. It was a rape case, but it was a case where the jurors it was a he said, she said, and the jurors wanted to convict. There were 2 holdouts, and basically he's like, in my gut, I knew that he did it. So eventually there was a conviction, but this might be something like that, even though, we know that you're not supposed to decide cases on emotion, but jurors will often look at that. So in this discussion last night, it was really interesting because he said to me, he followed us live, and he said, it seems to him that, remember how Anna left that love note to Brian on New Year's Eve?
Mm-hmm.
Right. So he's like, she said, I love you, and, looking forward to the future, stuff like that. I can't remember exactly. But if Brian knew that she was having an affair, and just think, Jem Mutlu is there, and then he sees this love note, and he's like, okay, how can you write me a love note when I'm having she's having an affair? So maybe throughout the night, it just festered and festered and festered until Jem left, and they got in a huge argument. I mean, that would be my guess as to what happened here, that there was a big fight and something happened, and he had.
Do you think jealousy was the main motive?
In my opinion, yes. But
because there is a possible financial angle here, right?
That is well. Yeah.
Or has the defense succeeded in debunking that to any point? I mean, I know the defense hasn't really presented their witnesses yet, but
right. And the big thing is, what is Brian Walshe going to say on the stand, and how effective will cross-examination be?
And does the fact that he dismembered the body, does that tell us anything at all about motive, or is that just a practical matter of he had to get rid of the body and he wasn't squeamish, and so that's how he did it?
Well, I think it tells the jury something about his character. I mean, think about it. How can you just saw with a saw? How can you just cut up the mother of your children, this woman right. you loved, your wife? Think about that. It's very gruesome. And then to go and put her in trash bags and put her body in a dumpster. I mean, that's just
right.
It goes to his very character. And I also think from yesterday and all those interviews that were very difficult to hear, what I got from it, and maybe jurors will get from it, is, wow, this guy's a really good liar. He's really remaining calm, talking to the police when, he knew he just dismembered his wife's body. I mean, the jurors know that, right? So This guy's a awful calm, and, he's a con man. I think that's really what's a cold-hearted con man.
Since day one, he has struck me as a pure psychopath. He has. So, science has shown that 2% of the population suffers from something similar to psychopathy. Obviously, the vast majority of those people are not murderers. But it does, and presumably Brian Walshe had not murdered before this here with his wife. But he's someone that there are other aspects of psychopathy. Sometimes it can even come into advantage because you're not saddled down by a conscience. So as we see earlier, when he's caught trying to sell fraudulent versions of Andy Warhol paintings.
Right.
And so, when I look at him here, and even just in the early pictures when he came after he was arraigned and he came out of the courthouse and the media was out there, he had kind of a smile on his face.
Yeah.
He wasn't suffering at all, And the way he was speaking to the police officers when they were interrogating him felt to me like somebody, it wasn't that he was a good liar, because you could kind of see through him.
Yeah.
But he believed he was good. He believed he was good. He believed he was fooling those cops. Because he was completely calm, like you said. He was not in any way. He thought he was pulling it off.
Yeah.
No, he thought he was pulling it off.
Yeah, and then remember the infamous smile when he first got arrested? The press was all over that.
Yeah.
And by the way, the next break that we have, maybe when we do the summation at the end of the day, I want to read to you some of Anna's statement to the court in the federal art fraud case. It's very interesting because it goes to his being a psychopath, because I really started, I sort of did a deep dive into that for my podcast. I had a psychologist on and everything. So I would like to read you guys some of that because it's very, very interesting. And many of you have, watched the Brian Kohlberger case or, Bundy. And there are a lot of similarities, especially with Bundy, the charming and as Brian goes, the love bombing in the beginning.
Yeah.
So
those are all classic signs. Yeah. Those are
classic signs. And Anna saw that. But for my podcast, I also spoke with a very good friend of Anna's and Brian, so knew both of them quite well. And she said that Anna was a fixer. She really believed that she's a good person and she really believed she could fix Brian. And I think, this was earlier, but I think at the point where she started having an affair, she might have had 1 foot in and 1 foot out of that relationship with her husband.
Right.
But her personality was a fixer. And I will, at the end of the day.
Women always think they can fix us. You can't.
Well,
we're broken.
No,
each of us in our different ways. But
to some extent, but the psychopaths, I don't know about that. But
you can't fix a psychopath for sure. It's I've done a lot of research into psychopaths, and psychopaths could end up becoming a doctor or a CEO. They tend to be a little bit above average to sometimes a lot above in intelligence, and they're not burdened by certain emotions, and they're able to mimic people. They're able to mimic emotions, and they're able to mimic other people. And some of them that are very good at that, they use that to get ahead, and they're relentless in whatever they are pursuing.
Right.
So that can make them dangerous, but it can make them successful too.
Right.
So, but if you deal with them like from a spouse perspective, so if you're a spouse and you're spending that much time with them, the mask slips, and that's always the seminal work on psychopathy was all the way back from 1947. It's called The Mask of Sanity. I forget the name of the author, a doctor that wrote that book. And sorry, the TV came on. And the mask of, so they wear masks but if you're married to a psychopath, or if you work with one, the mask does slip from time to time. And it sounds like it was with Anna.
Oh yeah. Yeah. And then I think what happened with her would be, she's got 3 beautiful little boys, and it's a struggle. Do I stay with Brian? Can I fix him for the sake of this family?
Right.
So I'm sure all of that was going on through her mind. And by the way, Brian presented as very charming and normal here in Cohasset. People have told me that they were at, birthday parties for the little boys. Obviously they're parts of play groups, and Brian would go to these birthday parties. There were other adults there, and he presented himself as a pretty normal guy. No one would ever expect him to be a murderer like this.
Right.
At least in the circles around Scituate, Cohasset, Marshfield. People were shocked. But then, there's always the other people in hindsight will say, oh, yeah, he seemed a little weird to me.
Is this trial in the same courthouse as the Karen Reed trial? Because it looks like this is a different room and a different ceiling fan.
Yeah, so it's in the same courthouse, but it's in the bigger courtroom. Remember
Big
back
courtroom.
with Karen Reed when we were all disappointed that they switched to the smaller courtroom because Alan Jackson complained that you couldn't hear witnesses as well. So that's why I'm going to be going to court tomorrow, and I hope I'll call in during the breaks. So hopefully you guys, we can figure out how to stream me live on this, because you'll be running the stream tomorrow. And
so here we go. You heard
I
it here. We have a reporter on scene tomorrow.
Yeah. And I'd like to give you guys a feeling for, what is the body language of jurors? That's my favorite thing as a former prosecutor and civil trial attorney that I would look for. What is the body language? Are they buying into the Commonwealth's case? What do they think about Tipton? So you can really get a lot from observing the jurors. So I'll be doing that. And then after that, going on Commonwealth Confidential with Sue O'Connell and,
and
crew over there at NBC. So that'll be interesting.
I feel like this came up yesterday when we were talking, or maybe just people were talking about it in chat.
Yeah.
But it's difficult to make decisions as a society now, anything. So the way things were set up 200 years ago, it's difficult to change that. But is it worth looking at any potential changes in the jury system? Because when this was set up as a jury of our peers, human beings were very different than they are now. So nowadays, all of us have a much shorter attention span. And a trial by nature has a lot of technical aspects to it that make it Margaret knows that all too well. It's not set up to be, so we expect it to be set up to be almost entertaining, like we're used to seeing them on TV.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of, admitting, processing evidence that goes on while the jurors are there. A lot of this stuff, but does this get in the way of getting a fair trial when jurors have to sit there for hour after hour, week after week of this? Is this increasingly hard for a modern juror compared to jurors of, say, a couple of centuries ago? It's just something that is just beyond our ability now, Margaret.
Well, it's interesting you bring that up, Kevin, because a couple of centuries ago, or even 1 century ago, I don't believe they'd have recorded interviews. So a police officer would get up on the stand and refer to their police reports, right? So they would really have to know the case inside and out, because they're not going to have a recorded audio playing of, of what everything was said by the defendant in their interviews. So you would have to take the police officer's word. Yes, Brian Walshe said this when we asked him about, an affair, he said this. So it would all go to the veracity of the police officer. So it was a different type of trial. But also, that's more interesting to listen to than the audio that was dragging on. And you had children yesterday playing in the background. The dog was barking this morning. And I was thinking, I was running the live feed, and I was thinking, oh, you guys probably think I have a dog that's barking, and I don't have a dog. So
you do have a kitten, though, by the way. And what's an update on the kitten's health?
Well, the kitten is in the hospital. And the fever went down from 106 to 104, which 106 is life-threatening for a kitten. She's the cutest little kitten. Oh, my God. Squished up face and everything. But she's doing okay. I didn't think she'd make it through the night, to be honest. But so far, so good.
That's good.
And shout out to everybody at Angel Memorial Hospital. They're wonderful in Boston. Wow.
And shout out to people in chat, because you had a lot of, when you left yesterday, a lot of people wishing warm wishes for your kitten.
Well, thank you so much. I was almost going to put a picture of the kitten, and I'm like, oh, that's unprofessional. I can't do that. But she's so darn cute, But I appreciate you guys. I really do. God.
So a jury definitely would have been different. Even just back to, say, in the Lizzie Borden days, that trial was 1892.
Yep.
Women were not on juries back then at that time.
That's true.
So it was all men. Obviously, we don't want to go back to that. But it would have been 12 men or plus the alternates, that would have been people with jobs.
Yeah.
You know, many of them professional or semi-professional class. You know, you wouldn't have had drifters up there or people that, you know what I'm saying? I mean, I think there was a different standard back then, and it was just kind of accepted that you had to be a certain level of education and professionalism in order to be on a jury. Not that those juries were perfect either.
Right. Right.
But, you know, we see with the Karen Reed trial, the foreman almost didn't seem literate. And I don't mean that to be mean or anything like that. But should somebody like that be on a jury, let alone the foreman? You know, I don't know what the answer is. But do you have professional juries? Is that something we should look into?
I think professional juries could be tainted too.
I think so. Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of that idea. But.
You know what? When I was on my federal jury, there was someone who couldn't read, believe it or not. We had the gamut. So I'm a lawyer. We had a physician. We had some contractors. We had a school teacher, and we had this one guy who was definitely not very smart. And the physician took me aside, you know, during a break and said, you know, I don't think he can read. But yeah, I mean, but we ultimately all came together in that case, but you just really don't know what you're going to get, but you're hoping, you know, there's such a mix of people that you're hoping that, you know, they're all not going to be illiterate.
Right.
So there was only
the last time I was on a jury, I would have to say that it worked very well. Everybody took the job very seriously.
Yeah.
All the instructions not to talk about the case. It was slightly more women than men.
Yep.
It was a mix of job types. I don't think we had any lawyers on there, but we did have other professional types of people on there. And the person who ended up being the foreman, and I believe it was selected based on where his seat was, but I'm not 100% sure about that. It was never really explained by the judge. He had been someone that had been many of us got to know each other during the weeks of the trial. And this guy had been really, really quiet though, and nobody really knew him. But he turned out to be an engineer with a degree from MIT who was working for the robot company, Boston Dynamics.
Oh, wow. Wow.
And he was very, very smart. And he ended up being very capable as a foreman, very organized. He, all of a sudden, when he needed to be, he was able to speak and get people organized and go through a rational process. But I thought everybody on that jury took it seriously.
Yeah.
And it was, we had we did have disagreements, and that's good. You should be able to have disagreements.
Yeah.
And we had some vote changes too. And,
Yeah, so did we. Oh my gosh. And then ours got political, and it was divided between, this was back around 2009, 2010. So after the subprime mortgage crisis, and it was a case involving a big bank. And so we got into a big fight, conservatives versus liberals, even at that time. It was a huge, certain factions of the jury got into this big fight. And it was, prior to, the whole Trump.
And did that impact the deliberations or the decision in any way?
Yeah, it did, because some of the more liberal-leaning members of the jury said, we don't care if the plaintiff lied on her mortgage application. We don't care about that. Let's just rule against the big bank. Big banks are bad. Why should, so it was kind of along those lines.
So they brought ideology into it.
Yeah. Especially after the mortgage crisis, everybody looked at the banks as bad, right? They,
right.
people, she was right, to some extent that, people got screwed and at the time. However, if you really looked at the facts of the case, I hate to tell you, but the bank was in the right in that particular scenario. So it was it's a big contract law case, and it was quite interesting. but you really had to look at the facts and leave the emotion out of it. But still, we had a big fight. It was very, very interesting. And it was such a great experience for me to be on a jury like that.
I actually had got called again to jury duty.
Ooh.
And the time was to be during the first Karen Reed trial, believe it or not.
Oh my gosh. But you wouldn't have been, you're not in that county.
No, but I would have had to be, I wouldn't, correct. No, I wouldn't have been part of that jury, but I would have been away from the trial during the trial instead of covering it. But
when we were covering the trial live this past summer in Karen Reed, I was called for jury duty in Brockton. And
oh yeah, that's right. You were.
Yeah, remember? But everybody got dismissed that day. I was like, phew. So, yeah, I was. But
it seems like every time I've had jury duty, it's been in the summer too, when it's like hot and sticky in there in a old courtroom with no air conditioning. And
yeah, me too. Isn't that funny? I like it. I mean, I like serving. So I wouldn't have wanted to serve, though, during the Karen Reed trial. I would have missed too much. Although most trials only go for a day or two.
Right.
But
yeah, what's the average? I wonder what the average length of a trial is.
A day.
Or two. A jury trial is actually the average length of a day?
Yeah.
Well, it looks like we're coming out of
maybe
break
a day
now.
or two or three for a jury trial. Oh, here we go.
Yeah.
And I'm going to look up that stuff that I'd like to talk about psychopaths for sure.
I did a series, if anybody wants to look up into my older stuff, I did a series of videos on psychopaths. And this was old school Yellow Cottage Tales before I was even doing live shows. Those were recorded shows, so there's images and stuff in it. And check it out sometime and let me know what you think. Some of them I try to be a little bit entertaining in. I know I probably should not attempt that.
Goodness. What time is it anyway? My phone's in the other room.
So it's almost 11:30.
Okay.
And lunch break will be from 1 to 2.
Yes. Great. So far, so good.
Depending on how things go, I sometimes, when the lunch break starts, I pop in for a minute or two, but then I want to take a nap. I've reached that that age in life where I have to take a nap.
That's okay. That's okay. That's fine. People are hungry anyway. I don't know how many people. Yeah, we'll pop in for sure and talk a little bit about it. I think the end of the day, we should have a nice discussion with Jen. That would be great.
I'm not sure if Jen's going to be back because what she told me yesterday was she's flying to Washington, D.C. for a series of seminar that she has to speak at or something like that.
Ooh, okay,
so she's going to be there for the next few days. So she probably isn't going to be back until Thursday evening.
Okay.
So we may not, unless she's able to like pop, when she's there at a hotel in between, she might be able to pop in for a little bit, but.
Yeah, that's fine. And tomorrow we'll figure out, I can join, you can invite me to the live stream and I can join via my phone. We can actually practice to see if it works.
Okay. Sounds good. Probably it won't. Probably we'll have some kind of glitch and then we'll get through it. That's usually the way it works.
Okay. I hope so. Because I think that would be really cool to chime in right from the courtroom.
Okay.
So.
All right. I'm going to sign out and be back over on my channel but I'll be quiet. I'll just be there in the background.
Okay. And I'm going to.
That's a lot of location.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
You may proceed.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. Trooper Greeno, were you working on Sunday, January 8th, 2023?
Yes, I was.
And were you assisting with the execution of a search warrant at 516 Chief Justice Cushing Highway in Cohasset?
Yes.
And what was your assignment at that execution of the search warrant?
I was assisting with the search of the home, and if any digital devices were located, I was to take them and put them into evidence bags and then hold on to them to transport back to the DA's office.
Okay. And what digital devices in general did you seize that day?
There were 3 MacBooks, 2 iPhones, and 3 iPads.
Thank you. And were pictures taken during the execution of the search warrant?
Yes, there was a member of Crime Scene Services there photographing where we found items.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to show pictures and publish them to the jury. They've been previously marked and agreed to by the defense.
How many?
It's a very good question, Your Honor. Number 63 through 78. So court reporter has been nice enough to count for me, and we believe that's 16.
All right, so 16 photos, and they are all of digital devices or electronic devices, or they have other things as well?
They are of the electronic devices in the home and then of just the electronic devices separately.
All right. And the defense has agreed to those?
Yes.
All right, great. They're now in evidence as items, exhibits 63 through 78, now in evidence.
Thank you very much, Your Honor. At this time, I'd like to have exhibit 63, 7179. Thank you. Trooper Carino, can you tell me what that is a photograph of?
Yes, this is the kitchen area. On the kitchen table, there's a red iPhone 13 mini and an Apple iPad. I believe that's the 6 mini.
Ms. Gilman, can you zoom in?
Yeah, iPad 6 mini. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And is there a cover on the phone?
Yes, there's the green cover, and you can see the red at the charging port.
Thank you very much. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being 647208. Can you tell me what this is a photograph of?
This is the, if you want to call it a dining room or eat-in nook on the table. There's 2 MacBooks and a third inside that manila folder.
Ms. Gilman, I'd ask that you zoom in on this, please.
So,
Trooper Carino, can you explain that, please?
yes, so the bottom left, there's a gray MacBook. Next to that is another pinkish MacBook, and inside the manila folder with the charging cable, there's another MacBook inside that.
Thank you. I'd ask for the next exhibit, that being exhibit 65, 7414. What is this, Trooper?
This is that pinkish MacBook that was inside the manila folder.
That was on the dining room table?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. And these are all where you initially found those devices?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at the next exhibit, exhibit 66, 7304. Could I please have that? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This is the upstairs master bedroom. On the bed, there's the iPhone SE that's plugged into the wall.
And could you zoom in, please? And is that how you found that device?
That's correct.
Thank you. Looking at exhibit 7637, could you please show that? What is this a photograph of?
This was an Apple iPad, I believe it was 9th gen version. The crib was over it. We could see it stuck under the crib, so we just pulled it out so it could be photographed better.
Could I now please have Exhibit 31, which is already in evidence? What is this a photograph of, Trooper?
This was another Apple iPad that was in the, I believe it's the upstairs children's bedroom.
Could I please have Exhibit 68, photo 7436? Trooper, could you tell me what this is?
That's the same iPad. We just opened the case to show that the screen had been damaged.
What did you do with those items after you identified them in the house at the search warrant?
So I placed these items into brown evidence bags and put the information on the front of the bag. And then once we had finished doing the search of the home, I transported all of these items back to the Norfolk DA's office to our digital evidence lab.
And what is the digital evidence lab at the Norfolk District Attorney's office?
So at the DA's office, we have a secure digital evidence lab that's a key card and it has an alarm on the door. So only a select few can get in there. So we can store digital evidence to keep it powered on or so we don't lose any information.
And what is in the lab itself?
There's 2 forensic machines, our secure server, and a third computer, and then as well as a Mac PC computer and our gray key.
And who specifically has access to that lab?
At that time, it was myself, Trooper Connor Keefe, and the civilian director of our lab, Samantha Vogt.
And what did you do next after you got to the lab?
The items were photographed, and we created with our case management for the digital evidence, we created a case number for it.
What was that case number?
2023-003.
Then what happened?
With the devices themselves?
Before you looked at the devices themselves.
Yeah. So obviously we had all these devices. We had to write search warrants. And once the search warrants were signed, then we were able to process the digital items.
So you wrote search warrants for the contents of the devices?
That's correct.
And when were those search warrants signed for the contents of the devices?
January 10th of 2023.
I now want to show you photographs and ask if you can identify, well, I want to show you those so that you can identify them for the jury. Looking at what's been marked as Exhibit 69. What is this?
So this is the black iPhone SE. On the back is our label that we created. It says 2023-0003 is an extra 0. _1 showing that's the first item of this case.
And 70 next, please.
This is the front of that same iPhone.
Going to 71.
This is the gray MacBook, item number 3. As you can see the _3, and it says the model and serial number.
72.
Just a wider version of the same MacBook.
Ms. Gilman, 73, please.
This looks kind of gold, but I believe this is the same gray MacBook, just the cover.
Ms. Gilman, if you could now go to 74.
This is the iPhone 13 mini, item number 5.
And the case has been taken off of that now?
That's correct.
75, please, Ms. Gilman.
And that is the front of the device.
76, please.
To show that the phone is the passcode, it's locked.
Same device.
Same device, yes.
77, please.
Again, front of the phone showing that it was still active and getting messages.
And 78, please.
This is the Apple iPad Mini 6, I believe. Item number 7 says, again, shows the model and serial number of the device.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. So all of those devices and all of the devices that you seized pursuant to a search warrant at the Walshe home at 516 Chief Justice Highway in Cohasset were all Apple products. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And what are Apple devices?
Apple devices, they're just a brand of digital devices, phones, MacBooks, iPads, they're all electronic devices.
That's the manufacturer?
That's correct.
What is an Apple ID?
So the Apple ID is a personalized ID for your Apple devices that can be used to download apps, go to the App Store, download music, movies, whatever you please.
What does a person use their Apple ID for?
As I said, to download items, set up the accounts, it's usually an email address, and then they're able to sync other devices with it if need be.
Can a person have more than one Apple ID?
Registered to a device, yes.
How can an Apple device be secured?
Either Face ID or 4 or 6-digit passcode, or alphanumeric as well.
What is a web browser?
The web browser is whatever program you're using to view the internet, whether it be Microsoft Edge, Safari, Google Chrome.
You mentioned Safari. What specifically is Safari?
So Safari is Apple's web browser that they have installed on all their devices.
Can other web browsers be used with Apple devices?
Yes.
So I want to talk now about forensically examining devices. When did you begin forensically extracting or making forensic copies of the devices that you seized from the house with the search warrant?
After the search warrants were signed, the 10th, we began extracting, but we're limited to one gray key machine, so we have to place one on it, download it, and then we can swap the devices to the next and so forth until we get through everything.
And did any other troopers assist you with the extraction or copying of the devices?
Yes. Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe, Lieutenant Sean Quirk, and Trooper Connor Keefe were all assisting.
You've discussed Trooper Connor Keefe before, but who are Lieutenant Sean Quirk and Detective Lieutenant Ed Keefe?
At the time, both of them were part of the cybercrime unit for the Mass State Police.
In general, what is a forensic copy of a device?
When we create a digital copy of the device, it's all the information that we're able to obtain from the device that we can work from as to not use the device itself and change anything in it. So we always work from that copy to make sure that nothing's changed for, if we have to ever re-image it or if the item's returned, we won't have the device in our hands.
How do you keep from changing the data on the original device when you're making a forensic copy?
We employ write blockers. Write is in like WRITE writing. So we can't write to the device. It only writes from the device. So it's a one-way street. That way we can get the information and not change anything on the devices themselves.
And where is the original device kept after it has been forensically copied?
If the item was given on consent, we'll return it as soon as possible. If it's evidence, then it'll get tagged with an evidence number and placed into our evidence room.
So now I want to talk about the MacBook, the item number 3 that was labeled, the gray MacBook. How did you make a forensic copy of the MacBook?
So for MacBooks, We can't use Gray Key, so we have to use, I use Cellbrite Digital Collector. It's basically a write blocker that plugs into the MacBook itself, and we're able to do a live acquisition of the device to a separate hard drive, creating a copy of everything that's there.
So after you make a copy, then what do you do?
I place that onto our external storage device for the Apple system that we had.
And then what do you do?
And then we'll load it into whatever forensic program we're going to use. So for the MacBooks, I used Axiom program made by Magnet Forensics.
And did you ensure, again, that you used a write blocker for this as well?
Yes, that's correct.
And what did you do with the MacBook after the data had been extracted before you began to analyze?
It was placed back into evidence.
And where is that MacBook, the original MacBook that was taken from the Walshe residence? Where is that right now?
It's at the Norfolk DA's office in our evidence room.
What was the date range? Sorry about that. What was the date range that the search warrant allowed you to examine on that MacBook?
December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023 when we seized the device.
And you said that you used Magnet's Forensic Axiom?
Yeah, Magnet Forensics Axiom is the name of their program to view the hard drive contents.
And did that allow you to determine if there was an Apple ID associated with that MacBook computer?
Yes, it did.
And was there an Apple ID associated with the computer?
Yes, it was brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a name associated with the device?
Yes, Brian's MacBook.
How is data stored on a MacBook computer?
Similar to a PC, they have a hard drive or solid state drive. The information just gets saved to the hard drive.
What do you mean that it's saved on the hard drive? Is it in components on the hard drive? Is it specialized in the hard drive?
Yeah, so Apple products save to a knowledge C database, which is Apple's way of, it's like the C drive in a Mac and a PC computer. It's just where the information is located into different parts of the computer.
Does a MacBook store data of websites visited by the device?
Yes, it does.
Does a MacBook computer store the search terms a user inputs into the device?
Yes, it does.
Where on the device is that data stored?
In that knowledge C database, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering it as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench. Oh, counsel, sorry. Noting the defense's objections, the ruling I made at the side of the bench, that exhibit will be marked and is now in evidence as Exhibit 79.
79, please.
That's item 3. That is for the record. It's the item 3 extraction report, the gray MacBook.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask that item 79 be published to the jury through the screens now because it's so big.
All right, so jurors, can everyone, I know that you can all see because you would have raised your hand previously, but previously we've been looking at documents and we've been zooming in. Anybody having any difficulty? Or number 9, probably farthest away from this. Right? Yeah. All set? I can say picture number 1. Good. All right, let me know if that changes. Go right ahead.
Thank you very much. Your Honor, I'm going to ask now that we show page 526 of the binder marked Exhibit 79. Trooper, what does URL mean?
The URL is the website that the user is on.
And what is the last visited date and time?
That is the last time the user had accessed the website.
And what is UTC?
UTC is a worldwide time code to make it easier when we look at devices. So we would have to minus 5 hours to get to Eastern Standard Time. So if you look here where it says last date and time visited, UTC-0500, that is showing that I've minus the 5 hours.
So the software has done that for us. You've checked off something, so the software does that.
Yes, that's correct. Because during the summertime, it would be minus 4 hours. So we want to make sure we're in the right time zone.
What is the title?
Title is the name of the website. If you looked at the top of like the web browser bar, that would be the title.
And who created the title of the web page?
That's done automatically through the website.
What is the visit count?
Visit counts how many times the user has visited that website.
What is the visit source?
So the visit source is where the source of the information was pollinated on this MacBook.
What is source? Not visit source, just source.
So the source shows the APFS container is the hard drive. It has a string of numbers and letters, users, Walshe, library, Safari. So it's showing where in the database it's pulling this information from.
And that's that. So I can see it says history.db that you had previously told us about.
Yes, so it's going down folder-wise. So the library is the main folder, then it'll go into the Safari folder, and then the history database of Safari.
What is location?
Location, again, is it's the location of the items in that database, where they're located in it.
Specifically within the history DB database or whatever database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software?
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records. Mm-hmm. You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice?
Nope. It's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search. The query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari, and then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay. So beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record one, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981. Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short and concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 Ways to Dispose of a Body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 Ways to Dispose of a Body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay. So what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, then showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986.
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
It was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same culture.com article, 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there was a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah. Does it go to the following page? Yeah, so that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
The title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is?
Object, Judge, in this sidebar first.
Yes. I think we were at record number 2125, page 578.
Yes. If we could please have record 2125 on page 578. And for the record, we're showing a PDF, which is the same version that the printed out version of the exhibit, which the jury will have.
All right.
Thank you. What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there's a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say, not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you the suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I'm a user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166.
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
Best ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is he was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the So jurors, I'm going to strike that last, for purposes of the question that was asked, I'm going to strike the last characterization of hearing or the article being that about an individual Mr. Kearney that took people and put him back. That's stricken from the record.
Looking at page 603, record 2207. Can you tell me what the title is?
Cleaning up a dead body / Wired YouTube. So it's a YouTube video.
I was just going to say, what is YouTube?
YouTube is a video website where people, companies can upload whatever videos they want.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:41:50 a.m.
What is the title on page 605, record 2214?
How to clean blood from a wood floor, Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:44:32 a.m.
And then page 609, record 2229. What is the title?
Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:05 a.m.
And what is the title on page 638, record 2321?
You said the title? Yes.
Yes, I'm sorry, the title.
What does bleach do to dead bodies? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:10:07 p.m.
What is the title on page 647, record 2351?
Wait, want to get away with murder? Question mark, use special detergent / Discover magazine.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:18:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 650, record 2364?
Is it better to throw away crime scene clothes or wash them? Google search.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:21:39 p.m.
What is the title? Record 2386.
How to use hydrogen peroxide on bloodstains? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:14 p.m.
And what is the title directly below that? Record 2387.
How to clean bloodstains with hydrogen peroxide - YouTube. It's a video of those search terms.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:48:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 659, record 2394?
Should I use hydrogen peroxide 8 on bloodstains in concrete? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 12:53:44 p.m.
What is the title on page 665, record 2413.
Can the FBI tell when you accessed your phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:43:02 p.m.
What is the title on page 670, record 2430?
Does the dishwasher clean blood? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 1:52:26 p.m.
What is the title on page 671, record 2433?
Is it possible that a knife which had blood on it remains contaminated with HIV after it has been washed with hot water and dishwasher soap, Quora?
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023, 1:52:57 p.m.
What is the title on page 693, record 2502?
How to remove a SIM card from an iPhone? Yahoo search.
What time and date?
January 2nd, 2023 at 2 o'clock in the morning, a.m.
And what follows that search, record 2503?
The Apple support website, remove or switch the SIM card in your iPhone - Apple support.
And what is the date and time for that?
January 2nd, 2023, 2 a.m. in 15 seconds.
What is the title on page 694, record 2507?
How to remove a hard drive from an Apple laptop - Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:01:19 a.m.
What is the title on page 699, record 2524?
TJ Maxx near me, Norwell - Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 5:24:08 a.m.
What is the title on page 717, record 2580?
How long do stores keep security footage - Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 2nd, 2023, 10:32:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 724 into 725, record 2608?
How to saw a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:31 p.m.
What is the title on page 725, record 2610?
How to dismember a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:27:43 p.m.
What is the title on page 730, record 2626?
Hacksaw, the best tool for dismembering a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:33:48 p.m.
What is the title on page 733, record 2633?
Details of dismemberment discussed in murder trial / Wayne 15.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:42:59 p.m.
What is the title on page 735, record 2638?
Can you be charged with murder without a body - Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:01 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2647?
Murder conviction without a body dash Wikipedia.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:47:10 p.m.
What is the title on page 738, record 2649?
No corpse, question mark, no problem. Notable murder convictions without a body dash A&E true crime.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 12:51:47 p.m.
What is the title on page 745, record 2670? (745), record 2670.
Actually starts on 744, just so the record's clear.
Thank you very much.
Can you identify a body with broken teeth? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:12:46 p.m.
What is the title on page 746 into 747, record 2674?
Disposing of a body in the trash. Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:14:51 p.m.
What is the title on page 769, record 2747?
Chatham West Apartments Rentals dash Brockton MA Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:34:35 p.m.
What is the title on page 777, record 2768?
The Claremont Apartments Rentals, Abington, Mass. Zillow.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 1:36:14 p.m.
What is the title on page 787, record 2798?
What powder mass smells the best? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 2:51:28 p.m.
What is the title on page 797, record 2830?
Can I mix white vinegar to stop smells? Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 2nd, 2023, 7:09:03 p.m.
What is the title on page 798, record 2832?
Can baking soda make a dead body smell good? Dash Google search.
What is the date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:15:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 807, record 2856?
Cleaning up blood without leaving a trace. Dash 5 tips, aftermath services.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 5:03:06 a.m.
What is the title on page 819, record 2900?
Are footprints easy to wash away? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 6:55:58 a.m.
What is the title on page 858, record 3025?
How long for a dismembered body to decompose? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:02:23 p.m.
What is the title on page 860, record 3033?
Body found at trash station. Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:05:50 p.m.
What is the title on page 866, record 3056?
Can a body decompose in a plastic bag? Yahoo search results.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 1:12:50 p.m.
What is the title of page 888, record 3127?
Can police get your search history without your computer? Google search.
What date and time?
January 3rd, 2023, 7:38 p.m.
What is the title on page 904, record 3184?
Does a cell phone track your historical location? Yahoo search results.
And what is the date and time?
January 4th, 2023, 8:55:27 a.m.
Are there any searches from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.?
I don't believe so. From on the MacBook on?
On the MacBook from January 4th at 8:03 p.m. on January 4th to January 7th at 3:58 p.m.
Well, this last search was done at 8:55, so it wasn't going to be 8:03.
Okay, so from 8:55 p.m.
I don't believe so. I'd have to see.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Just see that there's more pages. I forget the exact dates. Thank you. Just want to double check. Thank you. There's not.
And then starting at January 7th at 3:58 p.m., what is the first search?
That's listed here. It says Chase credit card login, Google search.
And can you give us a page and a record number?
Yes. In the book, page 906, record number 3195.
Thank you. So did you look at any searches prior to January 1st?
Yes.
And I'd like to start with page 521. Looking at page 521, Ms. Gilman. Looking at 521 record 1938. I'm sorry, 1939, please. Trooper, can you tell me what time this occurred?
Yes. It says January 1st, 2023 at 3:49:39 a.m.
And can you tell me what's happening in this record number?
It shows the URL for accounts.google.com for it's like the Gmail, a login through the web.
And going to 1940, record 1940 on the next page, that being 522. Does that continue?
Yes, it does.
Okay. And going to page 524, does that continue until record 1947?
Yes, it does.
And what date and time does that end?
The last one shows January 1st, 2023, 3:50:06 a.m. And then the following is about an hour later.
Thank you. Now looking at page 225 into 226, record 825. Can you tell me the title being looked at?
It says cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X-Pornhub.com.
And what is the date and time?
12/27/2022, 12:06:28 a.m.
And this continues on record 8/26, is that correct?
Yes, it's a duplicate from the previous.
Okay. And 8/27, could you go down, Ms. Gilman? Could you go down, please?
It's there. It's the titles on the right there at the top.
Okay. If you could keep going down though, please. Okay. And if you could tell me, if you could keep going down, I'm sorry, to 8/28. And what is this?
It says chat with Miss_B and a live adult video chat room now.
And what time is that?
12:06:28 a.m. on January 27th, December 27th, 2022.
Okay. And if this continues until record 8/31, if you could go to 8/31, please, Ms. Gilman. Is that correct with Pornhub, Trooper?
Yes, it's there for about 7 or so minutes.
Thank you. And page 241 to 242, record 891. What is that title, please?
Best divorce strategies for men, Yahoo search results.
And what is the date?
December 27th, 2022, 8:33:53 p.m.
And page 253, record 935. What is the title, please?
Best date to divorce for a man, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:51:33 p.m.
And page 256, record 934. What is the title?
It's 934 or 943?
943, I'm sorry.
5 best and 5 worst states to get divorced in the U.S.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:52 p.m. That should be 8:52:39 p.m.
Thank you. Page 257, record 945. What is the title?
Washington, D.C. divorce laws, Google search.
And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022, 8:54:13 p.m.
And you have the binder exhibit in front of you, but if you look between records 891 and 934, what does the Safari history show to you between those record numbers, 891 and 934? What topic articles are being looked at?
Are we up? Is this, I'm sorry, what number is this one we're on? The divorce laws, if you scroll up?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
This is 945.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
If we look at record numbers 891 through 934.
They're all showing websites regarding divorce advice, mistakes in divorce, using verbal abuse, don't split up like this, the 10 stupidest mistakes men make facing divorce. It's all divorce related.
Thank you. So if we look at page 259, record 951. What is the title being looked at?
If you scroll down a little more, there. Oh, if you scroll back up, I'll just read it from the URL. So it's a Google search for Chase login credit card, and then it does a redirect to the Chase that does it again. It's duplicated.
Okay. And what is the date and time?
December 27th, 2022 at 8:57:13 p.m.
Okay. And this goes on to record 1026 on page 279 if you look in the binder. Is that correct?
Yes, showing all Chase account information, the Chase website for the account. Yeah.
Trooper, if you look at page 508, record 1890.
Okay.
What is the title?
Replay poker dash Google search.
And what is the date and the time?
12/31/2022, 6:53 p.m.
Your Honor, I am about to change topics. Would this be a good time to stop for lunch?
Sure. There's something else for lunch? No.
All rise for the court, please. The notebooks. Hold it.
You may be seated. Any updates on the forecast? Is nothing burger. Can you just take a look? So I was just asking Madam Clerk to check on the weather. It looks like a nothing burger, I'll call it. So we don't need to be worried about that this afternoon. We'll plan to go right through to 4 o'clock. Anyone need anything to be addressed before I take it off the bench? All right, have a nice lunch.
Okay. Well, I think what was really significant about that was the Google searches pertaining to murder. All right. As far as all the Google searches pertaining to how to dispose of a body or about divorce, that doesn't necessarily mean he killed his wife, Anna. However, I think what is very telling and what the jury will grasp onto is best ways to dispose of body parts after a murder. So that's key. 6 ways to dispose of a body, murder, murder, murder. That's also key. Patrick Kearney, the trash bag killer. He would kill people and dispose of their bodies in trash bags. So that's also telling. So I think, all of that testimony, anything with the keyword murder is something that the prosecution should really stress, especially in closing arguments, for sure. Any thoughts on that? I'm not sure where Kevin is, but anyway, what we'll do is we'll be right back after the lunch break. So everybody have a nice lunch. All right.
Where on the device that data stored?
In that knowledge seed, the actual database, if you drove down into it, is the history.db database, which keeps all of your internet history. It's like a folder in a regular computer.
And is that data automatically stored?
Yes.
During the examination of the data from the gray MacBook, which is item number 3 from that you've labeled item number 3, did you examine data in the internet search history?
Yes, I did.
Okay. What internet web browser was used on the MacBook?
So there are 3 listed, but the majority of all searches were done in Safari.
What is a search engine?
The search engine is whatever, it's like Google, Bing, whatever you go to search whatever search terms you're looking for. So if you type in Boston Bruins into the search engine, it'll bring up all the Bruins web pages in your web browser.
And what's the difference between a search term and an internet history?
As I said, the search terms are the words you put in to do the search. The history is the actual websites visited.
Using the parameters from the search warrant from December 25th of 2022 to January 8th of 2023, were you able to compile the Safari internet search history from the MacBook, which was labeled in your lab as item number 3?
Yes, I was.
And were you able to create a physical printout binder of that?
Yes, that's what this is here.
Your Honor, that has been pre-marked as exhibit number 79, this binder.
Are you offering it?
I am offering that as the next exhibit, please.
I'll see counsel at the side of the bench.
All right, sidebar there in the courtroom. Joe Hennessy's with us. He's a criminal defense attorney, a former police officer, and he is in Massachusetts. This case has gotten a lot of play there in your region in the Northeast. What's your overall take, especially with this defense theory that he woke up and his wife was unexpectedly dead?
I actually find it very hard to accept, but it's a threshold that I think the Commonwealth might have a problem reaching, and I believe that, my opinion, they may create some reasonable doubt here. There's no body, there's no cause of death. The defense does have an uphill climb trying to get into disputing the facts of the searches on his phone. I believe that the Commonwealth is laying that motive, the affair that she's had, the divorce. He's looking for best attorneys. He's looking for best states to get a divorce in. So that is going to cause some issues for the defense. But the biggest factor is the cause of death.
Yeah, and I mean, that is an excellent point. And we haven't talked about it that much on Court TV, just because when we heard the openings of defense counsel, sometimes it's like, ugh, I don't know about this theory and this strategy. But you are right. He has not told them. We haven't heard where the body parts are. Have we heard that?
Well, they know where he deposited, like at his mother's apartment or condo. And they have video of him.
I know they have video,
He's
and that's why he pled
admitted that
guilty
he
to
dumped her
that.
body in these spots. The problem is those body parts are now long gone.
Long gone.
The cause of death. How did she die? Well, he has a story. She just died.
I mean, Joe, what else would you do here as a defense attorney? And I mean, your background is so interesting because you're also, you have that law enforcement background. So you're looking at this from a really interesting perspective that I wouldn't necessarily look at it from.
So looking at the cause of death here, there should be evidence that comes out, and I believe it did come out already, where she was complaining of not feeling ill. I mean, she was feeling ill before flying back from Washington, D.C. back to Massachusetts. So that is a factor to take into consideration. And the sudden death, so that raises the doubt. But what hurts Brian Walshe in this situation are those searches on his phone and his computer, the searches of disposing the body. That's going to get the jury thinking.
Yeah. And before we hit a break quickly, what if you put your police officer hat on, your investigator hat on, isn't your BS meter through the roof when you're dealing with a guy like this?
I'm putting my defense hat on and my former police officer hat on. I don't know where to flip right now. I believe that the defense in his opening statement was excellent.
Oh,
he raised that.
You liked that. Interesting. Wow.
I liked his opening statement. I loved how he got me thinking.
Got you thinking.
All right.
And
all he needs is one juror.
That's all he needs is one juror.
So you get thinking. All right, let's get a break. We'll get back in the courtroom. We'll pick it up right after the sidebar breaks up. Just stay with us.
Disappearance of Anna Walshe.
Her husband now charged with her murder.
All eyes on this accused killer.
The disappearance of Anna Walshe murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV. Tonight on Closing Arguments, nearly 3 years after Anna Walshe vanished, her husband stands trial for her murder. We'll break down today's dramatic testimony from the case against Brian Walshe. Closing Arguments, tonight at 8, 7 Central, only on Court TV.
For you.
Back now to Massachusetts for the disappearance of Anna Walshe case.
The Serbian real estate exec was last seen January 1st, 2023, while celebrating New Year's with friends, her husband. Everyone was having a good time, but that was it.
Hours later, prosecutors say that her husband, Brian Walshe, killed her, dismembered her body, and then disposed of her remains. Her body's never been found So why don't we go ahead and get you back into the courtroom now? They've been taking a look at the devices.
We're getting close to what was on those devices.
And so at least that's going to, pick things up a little bit. Hear what those Google searches are. The jury, I don't think, is going to like that very much. So let's get you back in there.
Database it is?
That's correct.
What is what is evidence number? I think I skipped over that, sorry.
Yeah, no, the evidence number is just the name of the disk, the hard drive, the image that we created.
Because this is a forensic software.
Yes.
Okay. What is recovery method?
The recovery method is how the information was pulled from the data extraction. So there's two options, parsing or carving. Parsing just pulls the immediate information that the tool sees, where carve goes deeper into the database to try to find stuff to pull the information. It's just different locations and different means of getting the information so I can see it.
What is item ID?
The item ID is the ID number for this whole image we're seeing.
Now, often there are two records with the same time when you go down in the records.
Mm-hmm.
You'll see the exact same time. Why is that?
So this one here shows parsing. If you scroll down to record 1953, it's the same date and time stamp as the top one. It's just the recovery method is showing carving. So it's gone to a different area of the database and pulled it from a different location.
So does that mean that the search was done twice? But
nope, it's just how Apple has a program to store information.
Okay. Can you give us an analogy about that? Can you explain why that is? Is it like a...
Yeah, so if you think of databases, if you're familiar with like Excel spreadsheets, that's basically all this is. It's different rows and columns of information, and it's where the software is pulling the information from. It's different rows and columns, that's all.
Thank you. So I'd like to look at page 526, record 1952. What is the title?
Best ways to dispose of a body - Google search.
What time and date?
This is done on January 1st, 2023 at 4:52:16 a.m.
And that's Eastern Standard Time.
That's correct.
What is the URL?
I'll just do the beginning part. It shows www.google.com/search with the query equals best plus way plus to dispose of a body, showing the client Safari. And then it has a whole list of letters and numbers and everything else after.
And what does that mean?
Well, it shows that it was done, the search was done through Google, and the query words where it says Q equals best way to dispose of a body, that means that the user input those specific terms and hit enter to create the search to happen.
Okay, so beginning at page 527, if we look at record 1956. See that?
Yes.
Okay. And then if we go to page 533, record one, to page 533, record
1980.
Let me just check it. $1981. Can you explain what the pages are in the title? Can you tell me the title?
Yes. So the title for this one is 10 Ways to Dispose of a Dead Body, in parentheses, if you really need to. It says dash page 6. So that page 6 means they're on the 6th page of the website. So the website will break it down so you're not scrolling a million pages long. So you're usually at the end of the page, you'll see next page, you'll click that and it goes to the next part of the website for the story or however it goes. So that page 6 indicates that they're on the 6th page of the website, and they do this for advertising reasons and, like I said, keeping things short and concise.
So earlier in the records, if we had started at page 527, 1956, that was page 527, 1956 was just regular.
Yes, that's the, doesn't have a page number, but it looks like it's the opening page to the website for whataculture.com, offbeat 10 ways to dispose of a body.
And then if we went to 528, 1962, what would the title be?
10 ways to dispose of a body, if you really need to, dash page 2, the 2nd page of the article.
Okay, so what does that indicate?
That the user clicked to go to that next page, showing that also that the visit count is 4, so it's per the user's been there before.
Thank you. Looking at page 534, record 1986.
All right, learning about when that Google search was made, January 1st, 4:52 a.m. Eastern Time. The first
They
one.
have begun. But you made a point. I mean, from his if you're a juror and you're taking his perspective, you're like, all right, well, he's got this dead wife and he thinks he has to do something. So he checks in with old Google, see what to do.
I panicked, didn't know what to do, who to call. I checked Google. That's where everybody goes these days, Google.
Yeah. Well, we'll see.
ChatGPT.
Hey, this is their defense. They're sticking with it. Let's get a break when we come back. Matt. Welcome back to Court TV Live along with Kelly Craft. I'm Ted Rollins. We are focusing on Dedham, Massachusetts today. Busy day. We got a couple new trial in Georgia. We've got Luigi Mangione in court in New York. But we're watching this case, the defendant here, Brian Walshe, and he's accused, of course, of murdering his wife, Anna.
Prosecutors say that he killed Anna back in 2023, and then he spent several days trying to conceal the crime before she was ultimately reported missing by her employer. Her employer called and wondered where she was, but her body has never been found.
Joining us now live from outside the courthouse, there he is, Matt Johnson, inside day 2 here. What stood out so far from today's testimony to you, Matt?
Ted, Kelly, nice to see you both. Day 2 in the murder trial of Brian Walshe, 3 years in the making here in Dedham, Massachusetts. And the focus is really on what he was doing during that initial investigation. Today, we're hearing from the lead detective back on the stand, finishing his testimony. The jury hearing more about the police interviews with defendant Brian Walshe, blaming his 6-year-old son for the searches about blood and disposing of the body. Take a listen.
How do you explain at, 4:54 in the morning, the iPad is querying the countless ways to dispose of the body?
Thomas is in his room with the iPad, or Thomas is usually, I don't use an iPad.
There is dozens of searches in that iPad on the morning of the 1st that ask how to dispose of the body, how to get blood out of hardwood floors, how to dispose of the body in the trash, how to stop the body from decomposing, and how do you explain that?
I have no idea.
You've learned in your investigation of this case, haven't you, that the searches that you were asking Mr. Walshe about at that time, those searches were not, in fact, conducted on the mini iPad that was associated with his son, correct?
Yes, they were synced to that, but they did not occur on that iPad, is my understanding.
He never used his young son's mini iPad to conduct any of those searches that we've heard about, correct?
Correct.
Accused wife killer Brian Walshe facing life behind bars if convicted, showing no emotion in court today. His mom also in court offering support. She's also listening to a lot of these bad facts.
Yeah, a lot of bad details for her to have to take in, Matt. Talk to us about the cross. We've seen defense counsel there really kind of go after a lot of the people on the stand so far. What stood out to you, Matt?
And we're going to hear a lot more about that too, Kelly, with this defense team going after the investigators in this case, including the one that's on the stand right now, part of the initial Karen Reed investigation. So we're going to hear about that. But we're also hearing a lot of reasonable doubt that they're trying to raise. And we heard that yesterday with the bombshell during opening statements when they claimed that Brian Walshe came downstairs and discovered his wife dead in their home, and we don't know how she died. That's what they're trying to say. They're also trying to raise reasonable doubt in who did the initial searches on the iPad and those devices, and also how his hand got cut in the first place. Take a listen to this.
Those two exhibits that were shown, Exhibit 48 and 49, they showed what appeared to be cuts on the hands of Mr. Walshe, correct?
Yes.
You have no idea how those cuts occurred, please.
Correct.
You don't have any idea when they occurred, do you?
Correct. Well, I do know they occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
I'm sorry?
They occurred before the photo was taken, obviously.
Yes, obviously.
Now, in real time, of course, we are at our lunch break here in Dedham, Massachusetts, and then Trooper Garino, who was part of the Karen Reed investigation, will be back on the stand and going through his key evidence that he's talking about with the devices, and then it'll be the cross-examination, and that's going to be something to watch for.
Okay, Matt Johnson, our eyes and ears inside that courtroom. Matt, thank you. Let's head back to the courtroom. Matt, as Matt just said, there on the lunch break, they were just a little bit behind we're catching up with the end of the morning session with those Google searches. Let's go back in.
What is the title?
How long before a body starts to smell? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 4:55:25 a.m.
And what does Google search indicate there to you?
Again, that the user input how long before before a body starts to smell and did the actual web search.
Looking at page 547, record 2029. What is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to inheritance? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
That was on January 1st, 2023 at 6:24:44 a.m.
And what does Yahoo search results indicate?
This was done on a Yahoo search engine.
So you previously explained Google search. Can you explain Yahoo search?
It's the same thing. It's just a different search engine that the user can utilize to search whatever they're looking for.
Looking at page 543, record 2014. Can you tell me what that title is?
It's the same whataculture.com article, 10 ways to dispose of a dead body if you really need to, page 7.
And what is the time and date for this?
January 1st, 2023 at 5:47:38 a.m.
So what does this indicate?
Again, a user had physically gone to page 7 of this article on the website.
And is this at a different time than had gone to the article pages 1 through 6 that we previously saw?
Yes, I believe there's a 45 or an hour difference.
And if we go to page 545 and 545 into 546, what page does this article end on?
Record 2023 shows it at page 11. Yeah, this is go to the following page. Yeah, that's where it ends. Yeah, page 11 at 5:48:22 a.m.
And what is the significance of that, seeing that page 11?
As I said, that the user physically went 11 pages deep into this article.
Looking at page 547, record 2031, what is the title?
How long for someone to be missing to be dead? Yahoo search results.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 6:25:17 a.m.
Looking at page 563, record 2082. What is the title?
Title is Tishman Spire, Washington, D.C. head, Yahoo search results.
And what is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:44:46 a.m.
And you are familiar with these searches. There are multiple searches about Tishman Spire, is that correct?
That is correct.
And what is the title of the search on page 567, record 2096?
This is Lowe's dash Google search.
And what time and date is that?
January 1st, 2023 at 7:48:04 a.m.
What is the title on page 576, record 2125?
Uh,
2125, 576.
Should be down further.
Sorry, Ms. Gilman, I know I'm asking a lot.
There we go.
Thank you. What is the title?
Title is How Long Does DNA Last? Which is a Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
Trooper, what is...
Object, Judge, and just come to the sidebar first.
Yes.
All right, let's get a break. Sidebar there. We'll head back into the courtroom and finish up the morning testimony when we return.
The disappearance of Anna Walshe.
Her husband now charged with her murder.
All eyes on this accused killer.
The disappearance of Anna Walshe murder trial. Live coverage today on Court TV. Tonight on closing arguments, nearly 3 years after Anna Walshe vanished, her husband stands trial for her murder. We'll break down today's dramatic testimony from the case against Brian Walshe. Closing arguments tonight at 8/7 Central, only on Court TV.
Maker.
Welcome back. We're in Dedham, Massachusetts this morning. Day 2 of the murder trial for Brian Walshe, the Massachusetts father accused of killing his wife, Anna, dismembering her, all taking place New Year's Day 2023.
As jury selection began last month, Walshe admitted that he disposed of Anna's body and misled police after her disappearance, but he did not admit to murdering her.
Let's go back in the courtroom now, hearing more of those incriminating Google searches found on Walsh's devices.
What is the title on page 578, record 2125?
How long does DNA last? Dash Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:33:49 a.m.
And there is a line, redirect URL. What is that?
So if you look at the redirect URL is when you explain this. You're going to a website and you click on it, but it redirects you to a separate, not a separate website, but something similar. So if you look, it says, slate.news, it's an article, but it says, is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? So it's similar search terms, but not exactly what you search. So it's redirecting you to similar items. The website's doing that, I should say. It's not the user doing it.
So the browser is sending you to a suggested website?
That's correct. So I'm sure people have done this. Those who haven't, that when you go to type in something in your phone or your MacBook, it gives you those suggested terms. That's similar to what this is.
Thank you. So if we look at record 2127 on that same page, 578, what is the title?
Sorry, 2127 you said?
Yes, please.
Sorry. Is it possible to clean DNA off a knife? Question mark.
What is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:34:39 a.m.
Did the user go directly there or was the user redirected?
From this, it looks that the user was redirected from the original search term items that they put in.
And did the user stay on that website?
It shows visit count 1. If you can go down just to the next couple, I could tell time difference wise. Down one more. The next search is done approximately a minute later. So it would stand that this website was up for a short amount of time and then the next search was done.
So what does that mean?
They were there for about a minute and then the next search comes in at 9:35:52.
Thank you. What is the title on page 579, record 2129?
Can identification be made on partial human remains? Google search.
And what is the date and time?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:35:52 a.m.
What is the title on page 583, record 2141?
How to dispose of a cell phone? Google search.
What time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:25 a.m.
What is the title on page 584, record 2144?
How to dispose of a computer? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 9:59:55 a.m.
What is the title on page 589, record 2159?
I am a user of my wife's credit card. She is missing. Can I still use the card? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:16 a.m.
What is the title on page 591, record 2166.
My wife is missing. What should I do? Google search.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:29:59 a.m.
What is the title on page 592 into 593, record 2170?
Yeah, title is Your Spouse is Missing and You Want a Divorce / Hello Divorce.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 10:49 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2185?
It's ways to dispose of body parts after murder. Yahoo search results.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023, 11:28:43 a.m.
What is the title on page 597, record 2189?
6 ways to dispose of a body - murder, murder, murder.
And what is the URL?
www.murdermurdermurder.com/blog. 2017 522 6 ways to dispose of a body.
What is the time and date?
January 1st, 2023 at 11:28:47 a.m.
What is the title on page 596, record 2193?
Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Did you review that search?
Yes, I did.
Who is Patrick Kearney?
He is was named the trash bag killer. He would murder victims and throw their corpses away into trash bags.
What is the time and date?
Objection.
Want to be heard?
Yes.
Let's see at the second.
Okay, on a search that we haven't
that's
heard
something new.
before. Yeah, searching serial killer.
Trash bag killer.
Yeah.
I mean, he didn't search that. That's what the guy was, a trash bag killer.
Right, Joe Hennessy watching along. These searches are not good. I don't know. You just can't really, with a straight face, say to these members of the jury, "Oh, it's no big deal." He's not searching. Why do people die in their sleep? Or can an adult woman just up and die? No, he's searching other nefarious things. Your thoughts?
That last question, and it was objected to regarding the time of the trash bag killer search, raises some concern, because if the search was made prior to that evening, then it might show that there was premeditation here. There's still no body. So he's making these searches, and I think that I'm not sure what the evidence is that was found at the crime scene, whether there was blood anywhere, if it showed a violent struggle. Does that help establish the premeditation, or does it establish that there was a violent act that took place that caused the death of Anna? So it's still raising some concern as to whether the Commonwealth is going to be able to prove that this was either first degree or second degree.
And Joe, we talk about it all the time, the prosecution has such a high burden, always, beyond a reasonable doubt. It is a high burden, but sometimes when you take a look at a case like this, and I know you've expressed some potential doubts, sometimes I'm like, oh gosh, I feel like the prosecution is going to be able to meet its burden, but maybe not, but it is a high burden.
Well, you have to look at the time of these searches. These searches are taking place at 4:52, I think, was one of the times when he first started making those searches regarding the disposing of the body. That is going to rest in the jurors' minds as to whether this act was a murder. That's what. But I think they're going to have difficulty showing that if it was premeditated, because none of these searches took place prior to that evening.
Got to run. Joe, thank you.
Thank you, Joe.
Back after this.
Yeah.
You are unmuted.
Thank you. Start with the note. I'm just going to stay here for now.
I think the lawyers have decided that. Oh, yes, please, thank you.
All rise to the court, please. Jurors entering.
One in my head, one in my hands.
Put us back in session. You may be seated.
And you may proceed.
Thank you very much. Marino, I just want to finish with that. Can you just remind me of the exhibit number in front of you on the binder?
Yes, it's Exhibit 79.
I just want to finish with Exhibit 79 with the going back to initially page 598, record 2193. If you could just tell me the title for that.
Yes, Patrick Kearney, Google search.
Okay. And going then to page 600, record 2198.
Yes, this is Patrick Kearney, Wikipedia.
And could you please tell me the date and time for that?
Yes, January 1st, 2023, 11:57 a.m.
And in the course of your investigation, did you do anything to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do to determine who Patrick Kearney was?
I went to the Wikipedia site that the user of the laptop went to.
And what did you learn?
That Patrick
Overruled.
Kearney was called the trash bag killer.
Thank you. Trooper, I want to ask you if you were able to, I want to ask you about what day you received your search warrants from the court. You had previously told us that it was January 10th of 2023. Is that correct?
No, I messed up the days.
What date was it?
I got the warrants on January 9th. I did the device extractions on the 10th.
Thank you. So that's still of 2023?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you very much. So, Trooper Carino, you made a forensic copy of the iPad Mini 6. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was item number 7 that you gave in the lab. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And after getting that search warrant on January 9th, how did you make the forensic copy of the device of the iPad Mini 6?
So I used Gray Key, which is specialized hardware and software, to extract the information from the device so we could look at it later.
Okay. And what date did you use the Gray Key?
That was January 10th of 2023.
Okay. And can you just explain the process to the jurors of using the Gray Key?
Yes, so we get the device, we plug it into the system. If a passcode is known, you enter the passcode. If not, it has the ability, depending on iOS and Apple product model, to brute force the passcode to guess it. And it can take anywhere from days to years.
Okay. And then once the information is extracted or a copy is made, what do you do with the data?
So we save it from the Gray Key server to our secure server so we can load that into whatever forensic software we want to use to look at it, whether it be Cellbrite or Axiom.
Because it's not in a readable format at that point. Is that correct?
That's correct. It's in an encrypted zip file.
Okay. And where is the actual device now, that iPad Mini 6?
That's at the Norfolk DA's office evidence room.
Okay. And after you made the forensic copy, then what did you do?
Well, the device would stay in evidence, and then we would load that, like as I said, into our forensic software to start looking at the information.
And what software did you use?
I use Cellbrite for this one, their
Okay.
physical analyzer.
Trooper, had you previously examined this device, that same device, the iPad Mini 6?
Yes, I had.
And when was that?
January 7th of 2023.
And how did you have possession of the iPad Mini 6?
It was given to us by Brian Walshe, the police.
And what forensic tool did you use when you first examined the iPad Mini that Brian Walshe gave to you?
I used the same products. I used Gray Key for the extraction and then Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view the data.
And at that time, did you have the password?
Yes, I did.
And what was the password for that device?
121212.
And after making a forensic copy of the data, what did you do with the iPad that the police received from Brian Walshe on January 7th?
Devices were returned to Brian Walshe.
And was that same device in the Walshe residence on January 8th when you executed the search warrant?
Yes, it was.
And how do you know that it was the same device?
So when we plug a system into Gray Key, It creates a progress report showing the date and time that we plugged it in, the process it goes through, and creates a PDF. When we plug that same device in days later, as long as the extraction has been deleted off the server, it rereads and knows this is the same device, same serial number. The hash value for the information may be different because time has changed, so user input and changes to the device will show. So,
But the serial number is the same.
yeah, serial number is the same. The Apple ID, the model number, all that stays the same.
And who assigns the serial number?
Apple, when it's manufactured.
Okay. So when you examined the device on January 10th, after the search warrant issued, did you determine who the iPad, whose Apple ID, for this iPad, whose Apple ID was associated with it?
Yes, I did.
And what was the Apple ID?
brw@tensaleconsulting.com.
And was there a device name?
Yes, Brian's iPad.
And when you first examined the iPad Mini 6 on January 7th, what was the Apple ID?
The same, brw@tensaleconsulting.
And what was the device name?
Again, the same, Brian's iPad.
Were you limited in the dates that the search warrant allowed you to examine?
Yes.
Sure.
Trooper, the warrant that you wrote, that you sought, you limited the dates to 12/25/22 through January 8th of 2023 for the data that you could look at. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And so you followed those dates when you were doing your search?
Yes, you're able to edit the information down to that set time frame.
And so you did an examination of the web history for the iPad mini, is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, so you did it for both initially for when Mr. Walsh had given you the device, and then you did it again when you sought a search warrant. You did 2 extractions of that and analysis, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And Your Honor, that has been marked as exhibit number 8. Previously as exhibit number 8.
And noting the prior objections, any new objections? All right. That's item number 7, is that correct?
That is item number 7, the iPad mini. Thank you.
Okay, so I now marked and in evidence as exhibit 80 is the extraction for item 7, the
Thank you. And my
iPad mini 6.
may I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
And Trooper, I'll show you the cover has report 1 and report 2. And there's a yellow piece of paper that divides them.
Okay.
Can you just tell me the difference, report 1 and report 2, when those were done?
Yes. So report 1 was just an extraction of the web history that I created to send out in email format on January 7th. And just go to the next page here.
So that was from when Brian Walsh gave police the device.
That's correct.
And report 2?
Yes, just get to it. And report 2 is post that. This has a date of 11/10/2025 using, again, physical analyzer for the web history.
Okay, and that's from the search warrant content, is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, and what makes the PDF reports different besides one was given to police and one was based on a search warrant?
Yeah, so Cellbrite and all of these companies, they come out with constant software updates. This is a far older version of Cellbrite that I used. This is just a newer version, so it might have some columns extra that the older version didn't have.
So you're pointing, and if
I'm
you
sorry,
could just
yes.
use your, if you could just use your words.
Yes. Yeah, so each report has different columns. It's the same information, but it's just extra. It may have an extra column of information. That's the only difference.
So the second report in the file, that software was updated, is what you're saying?
Yes, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Okay. So you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. So those are the same? The web history is the same?
Yes, nothing was taken out from the web history. It's whatever was there from that date and time frame.
Okay. And the binder, you said that the binder contains the web history from the iPad. And what had you looked at with the MacBook? Also web history?
Yes, it's the Safari Web. It's just called a little different in Axiom, just how they name it.
Okay. And what did you find between the MacBook and the iPad web history?
So the web history for the iPad, other than numerous more YouTube videos, have the same searches that we saw that are in the MacBook.
Were you able to determine which device, the laptop, meaning the MacBook, or the iPad, the searches originated from?
Yes, I was.
How?
So initially, I had only looked at the iPad first and had believed that they possibly had come from that. By extracting the database from each device and then loading it into a SQLite browser, which is another program to just view the databases, I was able to see that the MacBook had a designation of 0, showing that it originated on the MacBook, whereas the iPad did not have that. It had an unknown source.
Okay. And what did that indicate to you?
That the MacBook, all of the searches that were done on the MacBook were native to that machine, not from another device coming over.
So what did that indicate that had happened with the iPad?
Well, that due to the Apple IDs being the same in both devices, the iPad during setup must have had the sync function on because it was able to sync the web history to the iPad, but not the iPad to the MacBook.
And what does sync mean?
Synchronize. Apple makes their products so if you use the same Apple ID on your phone, your laptop, and your iPad, it shares all the information so you're not constantly switching between devices.
If a user does not change the settings, the data can sync across devices that are signed in with the same Apple ID. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So if you look back at the big binder, that being Exhibit 79, and you look at like record 2365 on page 650. Thank you. It says,
What's the record number we're looking at?
2365, Your Honor.
Okay.
It says in the, I'm sorry, if you could go up, Ms. Gilman. Yeah, 2364, I should have said. In that URL, it says channel equals iPad _ BM and source. What does that mean?
So it's reading that channel is iPad _ BM. BM stands for bookmark or favorites. So it's that the Google search engine is a favorite in the iPad.
Does that show that the search originated on the iPad then?
No.
So why is that appearing?
I'm not 100% sure of how or why Apple codes it this way, but it's that the iPad and the MacBook are synced. So the iPad has Google as its saved bookmark search engine.
Thank you. You could take that down. Thank you very much. Did you forensically copy the iPhone 13 mini and iPhone SE pursuant to a search warrant?
Yes.
And these are Apple products?
Yes, they are.
Okay. And are you familiar with an iMessage?
Yes, I am.
And what is the difference between an iMessage and a text message?
So the iMessage is going from Apple device to Apple device, whereas a text message is going Apple device to an Android. You'll know this if you have an Apple phone, you get the blue messages. And if you send it to someone who doesn't have an Apple phone, you're getting the text box is green.
So what was the process that you followed to make a forensic copy of the phones?
The same as the iPad, plugged it into GrayKey, did the extraction, and then from there saved it to our server and would be able to load it up later into Cellbrite to analyze it.
Same process?
That's exactly right.
Okay. And could you forensically copy both phones at the same time?
No, as I said, we only have one GrayKey machine, so we have to do one device at a time.
Okay. And then were you able to look at the device on a program like Cellbrite?
Yes, that's what I use, Cellbrite Physical Analyzer.
And had you previously viewed the data on the iPhone Mini 13?
I did a cursory look with Trooper Connor Keefe, but I didn't go deep into it.
Okay. And how had you accessed the iPhone 13 mini previously?
iPhone, the same way. It's through Great Key, downloaded it, and Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to view it.
But had Mr. Walsh given that to police?
Oh, yes, that's correct.
Okay. And when was that?
January 6th or 7th? January 6th, I'm sorry.
Okay.
2023.
And you had worked, you said, with Trooper Keefe on that?
That's correct.
All right. And did you have a password for that iPhone 13 mini?
Yes, we did.
And what was that password?
1975-12.
And were you able to determine a phone number for that iPhone 13 mini?
Yes, I was.
And do you know the phone number?
Yes.
And what is that phone number?
617-939-8646.
And what is the Apple ID for that phone?
So there were two listed, Diana_Walsh at Comcast.net, I believe, and then Brian R. Walsh at gmail.com.
So that's not the same as the MacBook and the iPad.
No, that's correct.
So what's the significance of that?
Well, that the phone wouldn't sync to those other two devices.
Did you examine the device to see if the iPhone Mini 13 was used on January 1st and 2nd of 2023?
Yes, I did.
And how did you do that?
I pared it down by date and then looked at the device events.
And were you able to prepare a report?
Yes, I was.
And how did you prepare that report?
I exported the device events from the phone from Cellbrite Physical Analyzer to PDF.
Marked as Exhibit 81.
Any new objections?
No, you're.
What's the item number on this one, since that's what I've been keeping track of these?
Oh, the item number on this one is five.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The extraction for item 5, the iPhone 13 mini, is now in evidence. It's Exhibit 81.
Your Honor, might Ms. Gilman display this?
She may.
Thank you. If you could just do the top columns. Thank you. Trooper, what is event type?
The event type is what the phone records, what it did. So shown here, device lock status.
What is value?
What happened with the phone. So showing, the first one is showing unlocked.
What is additional information?
If the phone recorded any additional information, like how it was plugged in or anything, it would show in this column here.
What is AC charger? If you could go down just a little bit, Ms. Gilman. A little bit more. Keep going to AC charger. Thank you. What is AC charger?
So line 5 shows the charging method, and it shows that it was plugged into an AC wall charger.
What is that?
Like when you plug in at home to your alternating current in the wall.
Thank you.
Sorry.
What is USB port?
That's the charging method. It was plugged via USB port to charge the phone.
What is source?
The source is the location of where the information came from the device, like how it recorded it.
So there are two options, I believe. If we could see knowledge C and biome.
Yes, it's two different locations, how Apple stores data. Knowledge C is the main database. Biome is a secondary repository for the information.
And what is deleted?
If the event was deleted from the phone.
Going through the report, what event was associated with this device on January 1st, 2023 at 7:57 a.m.? And these are all converted UTC times, correct, for Eastern Standard Time?
That's correct. If you look, it says UTC -5 in the parentheses.
Thank you. So 7:57
Yes.
a.m. So that's device number 2?
Yes. So it shows 1 and 2 show the same items. 1 just shows the start time, 7:57 a.m. The device lock status, the phone was unlocked.
And how long was it unlocked?
Approximately 2 minutes.
And what time does the device become locked?
7:59:45 a.m.
And after the device becomes locked, what happens next to it?
8:09:12 a.m. on January 1st, it is plugged in.
And then what happened?
It recorded 2 charging things 2 seconds apart. And then after at 11:23 a.m., the device is unlocked again.
Okay, and then what happens?
It is then locked at 11:24:15.
And then what happens?
The device is 12:38:40. It's on the first.
And then what happens?
It's locked again at 12:39:20 on the first.
And then does the phone get unlocked?
Yes, 12:45:20
And then what happens?
and locked again at 12:46:49.
And then what happens?
It is unplugged on the first at 1:42:02 p.m. and then unlocked on January 2nd at 2:25 p.m.
How can an iPhone be unlocked?
There's 2 ways, Face ID or by inputting the passcode.
Trooper, in addition to your digital forensics work on this case, did you transport evidence from the Office of the Chief Medical Examiner to the crime lab?
Yes, I did.
And generally, what did you pick up?
I believe there was 7 bags of rug, some metal tissue, and I believe hair.
And how large were those bags?
The bags of rug were like not as big as a lawn leaf bag, but a large brown bag, and the other ones were smaller.
And when was that?
January 11th of 2023.
And where did you take those?
To the Maynard Crime Lab.
And what did you do when you arrived at the lab?
I turned them over to Crime Lab staff and filled out their intake paperwork.
And did you submit those for processing?
Yes, that's correct.
And you got a receipt for that you
Yes.
dropped those off?
Yes, they gave me a copy of the intake form.
I might have one moment, Your Honor.
Yes.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Cross-exam.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
I think I'm going to stay here for a while so we get a good recording. I want to talk to you about this timeline, this date that you referred to. You applied for a warrant from 12/25 to January 8th of 2023, correct?
That's correct.
And when I said 12/25, of course, I meant 12/25/22.
Yes, 2022.
And when you draft a warrant, you are the one that picks the dates, correct?
Depending on the investigation, it can be yes.
Okay. And you were asked that question, that you applied for the warrant and those were the dates that you requested.
Yes.
Now, it's fair to say, isn't it, that once you began an investigation in a case, and if you learn more information, there's nothing stopping you from going back to a court and applying for a further warrant, correct?
It would depend because the courts have shown that we need to have a specific time frame. So I would need some information to show why I would need to go back to write for an earlier time.
Okay, well, but if you have that further information, nothing stops you from going back to the court and asking for a different warrant that encompasses different time periods.
Yeah, I could.
Okay, now, one of the things is that you don't have any information to tell this jury about of any of the data on the MacBook that originated before December 25th of 2022.
Confused by your question, so sorry. Yeah.
The data that you're telling this jury about today, you've said it a couple of times now, it's limited to 12, 25, 22 through January 8th, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
So that's the data you're talking to them about, correct?
Yes, I only viewed that information.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that you have the entire contents of the MacBook, don't you?
I do have the contents.
And how far in date does the content go back on the MacBook?
I have no idea. I didn't look.
Because you limited your warrant to 12, 25, 22.
That's correct.
So if you thought as an officer involved in an investigation that there might be some important information that predates 12, 25, 22, you have every right, and there's a procedure for you to go back to the court and explain to the court why you think there might be more information back before 12/25, and see if you could get a warrant to cover that earlier information.
If I had information showing that there was more, then I could, yes.
Okay, and you never did.
I don't believe I had any other information showing that I needed to.
And you didn't have any information that you thought it would be important to your investigation to go back before December 25th, did you?
For my role, that's correct.
Okay. So when we heard about, for instance, this Pornhub search that occurred on 12/27, remember that?
Yes, sir.
And we heard about some other Pornhub reviews, like Chatterbait, correct?
That's correct.
And something about Miss Bell, correct?
About what?
Miss Bell?
I don't remember it off the top of my head.
I'm sorry, Miss B.
I still don't remember, but okay.
Okay. Do you remember seeing record 831? Do you have, I apologize.
I don't have that book up here to see it.
Let me ask you this.
Okay.
Do you remember seeing also a reference in the very same data that you've told this jury about that talked about a movie called, or something called Slade, Dominant, Scarlet?
I would have to see it, but could I double check it?
Well, this pedestal doesn't work quite right.
I have my copy. If you want to just tell me the page, I can look. If that's
You know,
okay.
I do apologize. I'm going to give you the page in just a second.
Okay.
I don't know
What,
why.
8:32?
Thank you, Judge.
Sure,
What was it? I'm sorry.
8:32.
Oh, record 832. I'm
Record
sorry. I thought you said
8:32.
832.
It's on page 227.
Thank you. All right. All right, I'm there. And yep.
Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Sure.
So now I want to focus your attention to record 831
Yes.
on page 226. Do you have that?
I do, sir. Thank you.
And it references something called Slade Dominant Scarlet Straps Cecilia, right?
That's correct.
Okay. Now, you didn't testify about that to the jury today on direct examination.
No, I wasn't asked.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that when you look at these searches involving Pornhub, that in fact, there's a number of, and I keep referring to them as searches, but let me just ask this. There's a number of web pages that refer to what I'm going to characterize as pornography, correct?
It's about 10.
Right. And am I right to say that that cheating wife reference, what's the entire title of the cheating wife reference?
Cheating wife seduces another man to impregnate her. Scarlet Scandal, Seth Gamble, Erotica X, Pornhub.com.
Do you have any idea how that particular porn movie, whatever it is, do you know how it came about?
The only thing I say is that Pornhub was viewed and that video was selected.
Okay. You would agree with me, wouldn't you, that there is no specific search term for cheating wife, is there?
Well, it wasn't in a Google search. It was through Pornhub, so it doesn't record that.
Okay, so your answer is, I agree with you, or yes.
That there's no specific terms listed? That is correct. The video was there.
Because you've already told this jury, and they saw it in a number of examples, that when the user enters a particular search term, the user, that it's a particular word, and then there's generally a plus sign that attaches it to the next search term, correct?
Only in the Google search engine.
Okay. And with regards to this movie Cheating Wife, there is no indication that the term cheating or the term wife or anything else was used to get to that movie.
As I can't view any terms that were put into Pornhub, so it only shows me that search query in Google.
And let me ask you this, in part of your investigation, did you ever go and view some of that movie?
No, I did not.
Okay, but you did testify that there were times, like for other searches, you went and followed the document and the links, and you reviewed the document.
That's correct.
But with regards to this movie, you have no idea what this movie is about, correct?
That's correct.
And you don't know then, prior to December 25th of 2022, how many times, whoever was looking at the MacBook, how many times they frequented porn movies at Pornhub? Do you?
I didn't look at any data prior to December 25th.
Okay. And you don't know how long this person that was looking at this movie, how long they viewed the movie, or if they viewed it at all.
I do. It shows me a time frame of 7 minutes.
Okay, 7 minutes. And how long is the movie?
I have no idea.
So someone started watching that movie, they watched it for 7 minutes, and that was the end of it. Is that your testimony?
That's correct. And then I went to that Slade Dominant Scarlet video.
Okay, and that Slay Scarlet, do you recognize the fact that there is some actress referred to with regards to the cheating wife thing that's also named Scarlet?
That's correct.
So it's fair to say, isn't it, that you have no idea as you sit here today whether the person who is looking at this Pornhub video, if they're trying to get access to movies that have perhaps their favorite actress or anything else of the sort, do you?
I don't know who this person is, so I have no idea.
So your answer is no.
That's correct. I don't know.
And quite frankly, Trooper, isn't it fair to say that when you open up some website like Pornhub, it comes open and it has all of these possible selections you can make?
I don't know, I'm not a peruser of Pornhub, but sure it has options.
So you have no idea what options were presented to the person that opened up this page, do you?
No, I don't.
But yet, it was important enough to include it in the data that you put into that binder.
With the information that we knew, yes.
And that information, let's just cut to the chase here, is because of the word cheating wife.
That's correct, sir.
Okay, so just the fact that there was a phrase involving cheating wife, that to you was something that, okay, let's just include that in all this data and throw it out, correct?
No,
So you didn't take the time to look to see what the movie was about. I understand that, correct?
that's correct.
You didn't take the time to see if the actor in the other movie, Slay, Dominant, whatever, was the same actress in the other one, right?
That's correct.
So you really just said, oh, I see the phrase cheating wife, and so I think that's important, so I'll include it in my data.
I'm going to object, Your Honor. It's a time.
I'll see you at the sidebar, side of the bench.
So, first, my apologies, because I'm afraid that my question is misleading. Go back. This binder that has been marked as an exhibit contains the entire contents of what you found on the MacBook between the dates of 12/25/22 and January 8th of 2023.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. So when I suggested in my question that you, sir, selected certain things, that is completely wrong, isn't it?
That's correct.
Okay. And so I should have used this word. You would agree that you were focused on, by the question, you were focused on the title cheating wife, correct?
Yes, I was asked that in direct.
Okay. But you were never focused on direct examination as to the other porn movie, the Slay, Dominant, or whatever the title is.
That's correct.
And since you decided not to go back prior to December 25th of 2022, you really can't tell this jury how many times and how many different movies were viewed on this MacBook porn.
It's not entirely true.
Because of the 12 visits?
That's correct. So I could look at visits and it could tell me Pornhub was visited. I'm just trying to look here to see how many times. And then it would also tell me, the video would also tell me how many visits. But I'm not sure if that's the entirety of the Spire history or just what I've collected.
Right. You're not sure if it's the entirety of what? Finish that sentence.
The web history that's in the device, yes.
So you just don't know.
That's correct. I didn't go back.
And can I just have a second, Judge?
Sure.
So I want to ask you now some questions about what you testified to on direct examination.
Okay.
Let's just start with the iPad Mini 13, device number 5. That's been marked as Exhibit 81. You told the jury about the events that you looked at, the event log that you created, correct?
Yeah, so it was an iPhone Mini 6, not a Mini 13. The phone was the Mini 13.
Okay. And well, you told us about Exhibit 81 being locked and unlocked, correct?
Yes, for the iPhone.
Okay. And you told us about how it could be locked or unlocked using either a password or face recognition.
Yes, that's correct.
And how long did it stay unlocked and then locked in the time period that you looked at?
I would have to see the report again, but I believe it's a couple minutes for each.
Okay. And did you ever determine what was being done on the phone during the time it was unlocked?
Again, I'd have to look at the Cellbrite report to see other activity or go through the timeline view to see what the phone was doing. I didn't do a full invest into the phone. Trooper Keefe did.
I see.
So.
All right. It's fair to say that using Cellbrite, the software you told us about, you can create reports that include certain information and exclude other information.
Yes.
And you can create reports, so to speak, with the Cellbrite software that are restricted by date, correct?
That's correct.
And you can do term searches, correct?
Yes.
Well, you can, yeah.
Well, I was thinking my question was going to be if you're doing like an entire phone search or you're just looking, say, messages or web history, because there's different places to search these terms or whatever you're looking for, say a phone number or whatever.
Okay. So you can decide what information you want to look at using Celebrite, and then whatever information you're looking at, you can dictate what terms you think are important to search for, and then you can search for them.
Yes, if I had specified terms that I need to look for, yes.
And did you do a term search on the MacBook for instance, divorce?
No. For the MacBooks, I didn't do any term searches. I just did by timeline from what was allowed in the warrant.
Are you aware of the fact that, well, let me ask you this. On that MacBook that you told us about sometime, the reference to divorce and all the things we heard on direct examination, that only occurred on 12/27 of 2022. Is that fair to say?
I can only say what I've looked for from that time frame. If anything happened prior, I don't know.
But my question is, what you testified to, the references that you were asked multiple times on direct examination regarding divorce only occurred on 12/27.
That's correct from what I have.
And what was the time period for where all those searches you told us about referencing divorce? What was the time period?
I don't remember the exact time. I believe it was around 11 o'clock in the morning, but I could be mistaken. I would have to look.
What was the time period that was encompassed that covered the entire divorce searches that you referenced on direct examination?
As I said, I don't know the exact time. Would have to look to see.
And what time did those divorce searches that you referenced in direct examination, what time did they occur?
Again, I'd have to look at the notes to see the exact date and times.
But you would agree they only occurred on 12/27?
I believe that's the one they all happen, yes.
And one of the searches that you told the jury about had to do with something like 10 best states.
I think it was 5, but yes, 5 best states.
Did you take the time to look at those documents that refer to those searches?
I don't know if I looked at all of the divorce ones. I did look at some.
And you would agree that if someone were to be searching for divorce, they could be searching for the topic of divorce and how divorce might affect protection of family assets. You'd agree with that, wouldn't you?
Could that?
Yes.
It could, yes.
And are you aware, Trooper, as you sit here today, that around that time of December 27th, are you aware of the fact that Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh were talking about the sale of one of their properties?
I did see Zillow searches in the MacBook for apartments in DC, I believe, but I didn't know anything about sales.
Okay, did you ever take the time to examine the phone that belonged to Brian Walsh?
Again,
Is that
Sustains, specify what you're talking about, counsel.
what are the phones that you examined that were associated to Brian Walsh?
As I said, I only did a cursory look through the iPhone 13 regarding the device events, and that was about it.
So would Trooper Keith know more about that?
Yes, he did most of the mapping. Yes, that's true.
So I guess my next question is, are you aware of text messages between Brian Walsh and Anna Walsh encompassing the dates of December 25th and December 30th of 2022?
No, there were none in the devices that I looked at.
So when you were asked questions about your review of the MacBook and references to the divorce on or around 12/27, you, as you sit here today, you have no idea what was going on in text messages between Anna Walsh and Brian.
That's correct.
And you said you reviewed some of the documents that were associated with the divorce searches, did you see any documents that specifically referenced what states were more beneficial when it comes to fees and the timing for judgment nisi and things like that in the context of a divorce?
Unless it was listed on the webpage, I didn't see any specific searches for that itself.
And did you, as you sit here today, do you recall reading any documents associated with those divorce searches that had to do with protecting assets of family?
No, I looked at these years ago. I haven't looked at them since.
Those searches that you were asked about on direct examination coming from the MacBook and the data that you extracted, the many searches that had to do with Chase. You recall those questions?
The Chase Bank?
Yes.
Yes.
And it's fair to say that by looking at the data that you based your direct testimony, you cannot tell at all what specific data was being reviewed.
Again, if I can see the websites listed, sometimes it'll say you're in the accounts dashboard. It could list out, but again, I'd have to see exactly what you're describing.
Cooper, I guess the reason I'm asking, let me ask you this way. Okay. You investigate a case, correct?
Yes.
You're charged with looking at data like this, and you use specialized forensic tools to look at the data, correct?
Yes.
And you're trained to look at the data and try to interpret what the data is, correct?
Yes.
And then you share that information, don't you, with the Commonwealth, correct?
Correct.
And so now you were brought in here as a witness, and you were just asked questions about all of these searches that occurred regarding Chase, correct?
Yes.
And is it your testimony then today that the Commonwealth never sat down with you and said, tell us what you can tell us about what's being looked at on those Chase searches?
I wasn't asked to explain every Chase website to them.
But were you asked a simple question? Can you tell us what the person actually viewed with regards to a Chase account?
Again, if I see the data, I can explain it, but I can't say everything.
No, I understand.
Yeah.
And I'm not.
Yeah. No, I don't understand your question then.
Well, have you sat down with the Commonwealth in the context of this specific case and those Chase searches and tried to explain to them what it is as the digital expert in the case, what was being viewed on the Chase accounts?
Just that Chase had been, the website for the Chase account had been visited.
And that's it.
That's correct.
You would agree with me, wouldn't you, Trooper Greeno, that when someone enters specific search terms, then the browser or the search engine that they're using will generate a number of results, correct?
Yes.
And then the user can click on some of those results or bypass some of those results and just go to some other results.
That's correct.
And when you would agree with me then that when search results appear, they can lead the viewer, the user, to then follow that link and go someplace else, correct?
It's going to be based on the search term, and then it can send you to something similar, but not exactly what you wrote.
And is that what you told the jury about redirect?
That's correct.
And so when a user gets redirected to some other website or something, that's not at the, that's not a result of the user saying, I want to be redirected. That is the software doing it on its own.
Well, the user would have to click web page for it to open for them to see it.
Right, but to be redirected, it's the algorithm or whatever is going on that directs the user to some other website.
Again, but it's going to be similar terms to what were written. It's not like they type in, basketball and they get sent to, something about space.
Oh. Maybe it's me. I'm not asking. I'm saying someone types in particular search terms, and then the software, the browser, then generates search results.
That's correct.
And at times, the browser and the software redirects the user to something that it thinks, hey, maybe this is what is relevant to what you're looking at.
Yes, that's correct.
And I know that it doesn't talk to the user, but you understand that.
Yes.
And you saw instances of that in your review of the data in that.
Yes, I don't know the exact number, but there's a handful that I saw.
And Trooper Garino, when someone is doing a search for something like how to dispose of a body, did you follow that link to the result of that specific query?
Don't know if that specific one, but I did go to many of the ones that were listed.
And so as you sit here today, can you tell the jury then that if you were to put in that particular query, how to dispose of a body, that the results would include things like cemetery names or other things like that?
Well, it would constantly change. So if I did it now, the results would be nothing like they were 2 or 3 years ago.
Okay, that wasn't my question.
Yeah.
But that's fine. Let me ask it again. That if someone
I
were
would-
to enter specific search terms like how to dispose of a body, the results could simply be, here, take the body to a cemetery, something like that.
Again, I would have to search it to see. I can't say
So you
definitively.
didn't do that.
For that specific one, no.
And so it's fair to say that when someone is using specific search terms, sometimes you have to add additional terms to get information that might be more helpful to what you're asking about.
So like adding more words? Is that what you're saying? That could be, yes.
So it could be the fact that to get more specific information about, for instance, how to dispose of a body, you would then have to add another search term like murder to get more specific information that you might be looking for.
I can't say.
So you didn't try that out in your context of your investigation in this case.
Again, this was years ago that I did this, so I have no recollection of it.
But you would agree with me, wouldn't you, that just in a general context, whether we're talking about terms like murder or any other term, sometimes to get more search results, you have to add more terms.
Again, I can't say for certain.
So You would agree, wouldn't you, that your review of the MacBook data that you extracted, that all of these dark search queries that you were asked specifically on direct examination, that they all occurred only after 4:52 a.m. on January 1st, 2023?
That I was able to see, yes.
When you say able to see,
Well, I didn't have anything going back prior to the 25th, so I only have what was limited via the search warrant, but everything was from the 1st to about, I believe, the 4th.
but we've already been through this.
Yeah.
Let me ask you again. If you wanted to see if there was searches conducted on this MacBook where someone is trying to figure out how to dispose of a body before January 1st of 2023, and you thought that was important to your investigation, once again, you could have gone back and applied for a warrant to see if there were, right?
Well, I'd have to show probable cause for the warrant to show why I would need to go back further than the 25th that I've already written for.
So you had no probable cause then to go back to the court and say, I have reason to believe that someone might have been trying to learn how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st of 2023 at 4:52 in the morning.
Objection.
Overruled.
That's correct.
In fact, in all of your examination of the data that you did look at, the data that you chose to limit to 12/25 to January 8th, you saw nothing in the data dating back to 12/25 that indicated any searches that were relevant to how to dispose of a body.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about anything about DNA or anything of the sort.
That's correct.
You saw no searches about how to get rid of blood.
Yes.
You saw no searches about how to use hydrogen peroxide to clean up.
Yes.
Yes, meaning you didn't see any.
Yes, that's correct. I didn't see any.
But you would agree then, just try to end this particular process. If you had what you've referred to this jury here, probable cause to think someone had tried to plan murder, you could have gone and applied for a warrant to see if there was data on that map.
Objection.
Sustained.
In your review of the MacBook digital data, did you see anything indicating a search for a man named William Festa?
Yes. Was that on? I believe so.
Do you recall when that search was?
I don't. I believe it was prior to January 1st, if I'm not mistaken.
So you have no recollection as you sit here today that you had a discussion with the Commonwealth about searches specific to William Festa?
Oh, that's correct.
By the way, I understand that these exhibits, these bindings, sometimes they're referred to as reports, but it's a report generated by Celebrate, correct?
That's correct. Or Axiom.
Or Axiom.
Yeah.
And regarding a report, you never wrote any report summarizing what it was that you found on the map.
That's correct. I take it directly from the software. That way I don't make any mistakes from transcribing it from one to another.
And is it fair to say that this binder that you have there on the shelf. It's 1,034 pages long.
I believe so.
And it contains many, many entries referred to as records, correct?
Yes,
How many records?
I can tell you in a second.
Mm-hmm.
3,677.
Out of those 3,677 records created in this Celebrate report, can you tell the jury how many of those records are relevant to your investigation specific to this?
The exact number of the records? No, I couldn't.
Can you give us an estimate?
No.
You would agree, wouldn't you, Trooper, that it's a very relatively small amount of those records, those over 3,000 records, that have any relevance to the point of the investigation of this case?
No.
Well, then how many records do apply to the investigation of this case?
Again, I'd just be guessing, but I think a good portion.
And what's a good portion?
I don't know.
You
I don't have a
okay.
specific number.
I got it.
Counsel, see at the side of the bench. I understand somebody needs an unscheduled break and the day is getting long. It's at the 3:30 hour. We've done a lot of work today, so I'm going to let you, of course, use the facilities, but I'm also going to send you on your way for the day and we'll be back ready to work. The weather, I know you guys aren't watching, you're not listening to the news media, so the weather turned out to be nothing better, as my students would say. Safe travels home. Before I leave you, I want to remind you, jurors, don't do any research about this case. Continue to be vigilant about not listening to any news media, any social media. Talk to anyone, don't do any research about the case. Continue to have open minds. With those mornings, you're ready to come home for the night. Appreciate your work. We'll see you back. We're ready to work in the morning.
All right, everyone, please. Close your notebooks.
please be seated. To shut off their water consumption at about 1:45 to make sure we make it through the 2-hour afternoon. I'm joking. List. Does anyone need to raise anything with me this afternoon before we suspend?
No, Your Honor.
All right. So, Kamal, tell me who's on the agenda for tomorrow. We'll finish up with this
So,
trooper, and where are we going from there?
so we will have keepers of the records from Uber, Lyft, and JetBlue. We would have Sergeant Reardon from Cohasset PD, who is a K-9 officer. William Foley from U.S. Customs and Border Protection. Michael Kenyon from Swampscott PD. Maybe A.B. Waterman from the Massachusetts State Police. And then I'm trying to determine if we're going to have, based on witnesses' availability, is it going to be Connor Keefe, Davis Gould, and Heather Sullivan? I've been calling her Sutherland for about 2 months now. I apologize. So my hope is that in the next 20 minutes, I'll be able to email counsel and let them know what that lineup will be.
All right.
But I think that would take us easily over a day to accomplish Sullivan, Gould, and Keefe. The others, I think, are very quick, and we can get through pretty easily.
So it is actually more important that you're talking to each other than you're telling me what's going on. And I appreciate your continuing efforts to do that and to.
We can look at the clerk, too.
Oh, I know. She just saved me from some of the messages. Anyway, it's more important that you're talking to each other.
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeping me informed as I need to be. Anyway, everybody all set?
Yes, Your Honor.
Good night, everyone.
All rise.
Hello, everybody. I'm back. Kevin may be joining me. I think he is actually, to talk about some of the strategies that I actually saw during cross-examination. I actually think Tipton dragged the cross-examination on way too long, as most defense attorneys do. When I learned about cross-examination in law school, the best cross-examiners back in the day said, make your point and sit down. So I think the most important point made during Tipton's cross-examination was he scored points by saying nothing prior to January 1st, 2023, none of those dark search terms were used prior to that date. So that demonstrates there's no evidence there of premeditation or planning. So it's not like he searched how to dispose of a body prior to January 1st. I mean, he didn't really have too much to work with here, but I think that was the main point. And going back to him, he took a long time making a point on the Pornhub movie, because there was a Pornhub movie talking about a cheating wife that the Garino brought up on direct examination. But Tipton said, listen, you don't know, that could just be the name of the porn movie. The fact that Walsh visited it or watched it for 7 minutes, I mean, what happened in 7 minutes? I don't want to think about it, but it doesn't mean he was thinking about Anna and Anna cheating on him. So that's my thought on that. So I'd say he made 2 points during that. And his whole point is Tipton's trying to take away some of the motives that the prosecution has. For example, did Brian Walsh have a motive to kill his wife? The affair that Anna was having might have been a motive to kill his wife, and the prosecution pointed to that in opening statements. But just this one, searching a porn movie around Christmas time doesn't necessarily mean he was, thinking about murdering his wife because she was having an affair. That you can't really make a nexus. That's what Tipton is saying. So kind of a long day, but I think it was a score for the Commonwealth because we did hear about a lot of gruesome Google searches that, of course, the jury is going to be thinking about and thinking, wow, Brian Walshe is not only a seasoned liar, he's a fraud. He was convicted of art fraud. Yesterday we heard testimony of how easily he lied to the police after he had, just dismembered Anna's body, so that it was kind of easy for him. So they're thinking, you're a liar. Your attorney admitted that you were a liar. So why should we ever believe a word you say? Why should we believe that Anna suddenly suffered from sudden death syndrome in your bed at night? But again, if you go back to the Commonwealth has to prove its case beyond a reasonable doubt. And where is the evidence of how Anna was killed and why she was killed? So jurors may be talking about that in the deliberation room. Some jurors are going to say, let's use our common sense. That's what the judge told us to do, use our common sense. This guy obviously killed his wife. But another juror may be saying, or several, well, we need proof of how Anna died. We can get him on, well, he pled to disposing of the body and he pled to, misleading the police, but we really don't know how he killed his wife or why he killed his wife. So that burden is on the Commonwealth. Anyway, I think, I don't know where Kevin is at this point, if he's going to join me or not, but I will be on Surviving the Survivor tonight. So I'll be on that at 7. I'm looking forward to providing my legal analysis for the first time on that show. They have quite a following. And tomorrow I'm actually going to court to watch the trial. I can tell you about the jurors if they're, looking at Brian with disgust. So that'll give us an opportunity to kind of get a feel for the courtroom. And then after that, I'll be on Commonwealth Confidential. So, Kevin is coming. Okay. Well, I will wait until Kevin comes, hopefully. Oh, there he is. Hi, Kevin.
Hey guys, I hadn't had time to check my mic. Let me make sure. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Good. All right, excellent. Hey, how are you, Margaret?
I'm great. So I just kind of explained in the chat what I thought the good points during cross-examination were by Tipton. I only saw 2 good points in a long time. What were your thoughts on the cross-examination, Kevin?
Yeah, I didn't really
what I thought.
Right. I didn't. That's okay because your audience, with the audience. Well, you can if you want. We might be bringing in over some new people, so give them a moment to join us.
Yeah.
I wasn't. There were a couple of parts I missed. I was taking care of snow outside. Believe it or not, Margaret.
No, we have rain here. Oh, sure.
We had some snow on the porch, and we have an old dog, so I had to.
No.
We have to make sure the stairs are clear, and the old dog did get stuck a little bit. So, so yeah, he's lost somewhat because of just a nerve condition. So he doesn't have full control of his back legs. So if he goes down, he has a hard time getting up.
Yeah. Do you have a ramp for him, Kevin?
No, because we don't think that the porch is just a little bit high. We looked into that, and the ramp would have to be too long.
Okay.
So
yeah.
And you know what they say, and people like me prove it's hard to teach an old dog new tricks. So it might be hard to teach this 12-year-old dog how to use a ramp anyways.
I learned a new trick today, though.
Well, we'll see.
Well, yeah, I learned how to do a live stream from on StreamYard, right?
We'll have to do sometime at night, do a practice shot to see what went wrong, to see if we can. That rattles me. I'm not sure why mine didn't go to YouTube.
Yeah, you might have, yeah, sometimes there's glitches like that, but
Yeah.
it always has before. So, from now on, we learn, we've got it, when we touch it, we got to make sure that it goes to YouTube. So,
Because there may be something I have to check, or you have to check a
Yeah.
box somewhere that they didn't know about. So I'm not. It went live to the Facebook. It's still live on my Facebook. Your channel was all day.
Yeah, good.
So I don't know why it didn't work, but in any case,
So the Google
so
searches that we heard from today
Yep.
from Trooper Garino were very gruesome. So that will help the Commonwealth.
And one of the searches certainly speaks to motive, right? Like we were talking about.
Yeah, but only, honestly, I wrote them all down here. So let's see. Okay, here's some of them. How to dispose of a cell phone, how to dispose of a computer. My wife is missing. What should I do? Can I still use the credit card after my wife is missing? So that's pretty callous. That's going to show that he's not only a good liar, but he's also quite callous.
Right.
Patrick Kearney. This one I think was more significant. He Googled Patrick Kearney, who is the trash bag killer. Patrick Kearney would, chop people up and then dispose of them in trash bags, just like, Brian Walshe did. But the fact that he was a killer, that might help a little bit. Then at that point, he said, okay. Can I use bleach to clean my wood floors from blood stains? What does bleach do to dead bodies? Now, a lot of these searches pertain to the same evidence that would be, if you're disposing of a body. So if in fact we believe him that she suddenly died in her sleep.
And for you kids at home, if you are thinking of disposing of a body, I don't think I would use bleach on a wood floor. But
no, I don't think that's a good idea. But here, let's see. Here's another one. Does the dishwasher clean blood? I don't think I'd want to use that. That's a rental place, by the way. They were renting that, so I wouldn't want to use that dishwasher ever again. Let's see. How to dismember a body. We know that. And the dismemberment, they were all searched around the same time. At 1/2, so January 2nd, 2023, around 12:37 p.m., there was a bunch of searches. So I wonder if that's right around the time he dismembered her body. Can you be charged with murder without a body, murder conviction without a body, disposing of a body in trash? Then he was looking at different apartment complexes on Zillow in Brockton and Abington. And remember, that's where he hefted those 2 heavy trash bags and put them into the dumpster. And those, dumpsters were ultimately sent to the incinerator. So that's probably what happened to Anna. But the important ones dealt with, had the word murder in it.
Right.
Yeah. And of course, there's so many. I wrote them all down. I'm looking for that one now.
And did you get the one about inheriting? How long for someone to be missing to inherit?
Yep. How long for someone to be missing to inherit? Then the next one was
that
how
speaks
long
to
before
motive.
a body start- Yeah. I think that, it might speak to motive, maybe. Yeah. I guess that would be more of an argument. But then there was one that had murder in it. Gosh, why am I trying to find it here? Here's one. How to get away. So here's one. Want to get away with murder, ? Use special detergent. So the word murder was used there.
How can you be charged with murder without a body?
Right. Here's another one. Best ways to dispose of body parts after a murder. So if I were Greg Connor, I would have stressed that during opening statements. And here's another one, 6 ways to dispose of a body. Then it said murder. So murder 3 times. I mean, again, that's big. So the other ones, they're gross and show his callousness, but they don't go to motive and premeditation.
So let's try to play devil's advocate. What if,
Yeah.
let's say he was to make the same search, but he had not murdered her. What word would he use? Would it be shorter? You know what I'm saying? So would he,
When he
could it
still
just
wanted
be,
to cut her up? Well, anything like, what does bleach do to dead bodies? Want to get away with, anything that had the word murder in, that would indicate that he murdered her, maybe.
Right.
But then tipped in closing arguments will just say, well, that's just simply the term he searched. He's, he thought maybe he'd find results if he typed in the word murder.
Right.
I don't know.
Right.
But how to dismember a body, that would be, go to his story, I panicked and I had to figure out how to dismember a body. So I had to go to Home Depot and Lowe's and get the proper tools to do it. I just bought a steel chainsaw, by the way, just last week to cut some trees down.
I won't ask.
I
won't
love
ask.
it. But I hate to say, when I was watching this trial, I was thinking about it. Boy, it would dismember a body quite well.
Yeah, I wonder why Walsh didn't go that route.
With a steel chainsaw? Maybe it
He
was
did
too
search
expensive.
for what was the best tool
Well,
to dismember, right?
yeah.
I think,
They're so he went to Home Depot and Lowe's, and in steel chainsaws, the one like the brand steel, they're not sold there. So I had to go to Dick's in Hanover to buy that, which is not Dick's Sporting Goods, but a actual they service my lawnmower, stuff like that. So, but it's it's more expensive. Maybe he didn't want to spend the money.
how about the search? Can you throw away body parts?
Yeah, that was interesting too. What was he planning to do? Take the body and to throw an arm here, a leg here. You know what? I'm surprised he didn't.
Is there a chance the defense can exploit that and say that, like, so he wouldn't have asked that question, like, even if it's legal to throw away body parts, you don't want to get caught doing it if you've just murdered your wife. However, if you just have a dead body on hand that wasn't the result of murder, now you might ask a question like that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. Am I pushing it?
Well, you're sounding like a defense attorney. I mean, his defense attorney doesn't have that much to work with. So he's doing his best to work with what he has. And if he can just really pounce on where's the premeditation? How was she killed? Why was she killed? And really say, hey, they haven't proven their case beyond a reasonable doubt. That's what he has to do over and over and over. Yeah, you may not like this guy. He's a proven liar, but where's the premeditation?
Right.
Was it a fit of in the heat of the moment, in the heat of passion? That would be something like second-degree murder, not first. So
can you identify a body with broken teeth?
Yeah, that was gross.
So did he remove his wife's teeth? I mean,
We
that's just
don't know.
I only know that from the Whitey Bulger trial.
Oh, me too.
Yeah.
Me too. The Whitey Bulger trial. And speaking of that, going back to Whitey Bulger, did you see the skull they found in South Boston on the at the cruise terminal?
Was that connected?
Yeah.
Was that connected? I didn't know that it was connected to the Whitey Bulger thing.
Well, I'm arguing that it might have been because the Falcon terminal was repurposed in 1986, around there. So that was during Whitey's heyday, and they found the skull encased in cement, like old cement. So it's very possible, and nothing could be done in South Boston in those days without Whitey knowing about it. But but we won't know for a while until they do some testing on that skull. But of course, I had to do a short on it. Anything Whitey Bulger related, I'm doing something on it.
I saw the story and I didn't even connect it to Whitey Bulger. I didn't even realize that. I didn't think of that.
You'll have to listen to my short. Go to my channel and listen. It's only a minute. Or 59.
Do you think that they'll be able to identify it?
The skull
or anything? Well, they should be able to at least learn whether it's male or female. And
yeah, I guess so. But I wonder if they found the skull, how come they didn't find the rest of the skeleton? you know?
Hmm.
So I don't know.
And they'll probably be able to tell from the.
Oh, wait, the skull. So the skull found in the concrete at South Boston Pier turned out to be fake. Is that a fact? I didn't see that in the news. So
That's what my sister had told me that,
Wow.
but I didn't actually read the story though, so that's why I didn't say it. So I don't
Ah.
really know. Not that I
Okay.
don't trust my sister. I just didn't actually. I never say something unless I've at least read it myself. You know.
Well, thank you, chat. I didn't know that. That must have happened recently, and I didn't follow that part. Wow, wow, that's very interesting. So also, I think I mentioned before, Tipton did make a point that none of the gruesome searches happened prior to January 1st, 2023. So that hurts the Commonwealth's case because Tipton can argue there's no premeditation or planning.
Right.
So that's key. I think that's, where he scored today.
I mean, why doesn't the state? Well, I don't know. Is manslaughter or second degree included in the lesser included charges?
Well, here's the thing. I'm just saying first degree murder, right? But we don't even have any evidence of second degree murder because we don't know. There's no evidence that Anna was killed in the heat of passion. And there's no evidence that Anna was killed, in negligence, like that he accidentally pushed her down the stairs, or he did I'm trying to think of an idea where he threw a brick across the room, not intending to hit her, but it did hit her and kill her. That would be something more like second degree murder or manslaughter, because it would be the act of throwing a brick near somebody's head, like we saw in the Karen Reed trial. But there's really no evidence of that. So it's either all or nothing. If they put lesser includeds in there, like they did in Karen Reed, of manslaughter or second degree, jury might go for that, and they don't really want that. So.
Well, they didn't go for it in the Karen Reed case.
No, they certainly didn't. No. But this is different.
But it does seem to me that manslaughter is the one that makes the most sense.
But how? Like, you still don't have any answers as to how it happened. If she fell down the stairs and he pushed her, we don't have any evidence of that. Or they were in a big fight and, she's small, he's big, he pushed her down and accidentally killed her. That would be manslaughter.
He could have accidentally bumped her at the top of the stairs and then just decided,
boom, 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 boom. Yeah.
No one's going to believe that. Everybody's going to believe I killed her,
Right. Right.
That would be manslaughter.
But that's a guess, right? I mean, again, you're guessing.
But that's the whole point. As long as if you don't know what it is, then that goes in favor of the defense because it's reasonable doubt.
Yeah. Yep. So therefore, manslaughter and those, I don't see where those elements, there's no proof for those elements at all. Where in Karen Reed was different because you could argue manslaughter, you could argue, the act of second degree. Those arguments could be made because there was evidence for that.
So just to be clear, the jury will not have an option in this state of saying we believe he's guilty of manslaughter.
No.
So it's all or nothing. It's first degree or send this guy home.
Yeah.
I mean, just from a strictly logical point of view, it doesn't make sense.
Tough questions.
It really doesn't from a strictly logical point of view. Even we know he did it, right?
Right.
But if we were on the jury from a strictly logical point of view, wouldn't we have to conclude we don't know what happened here? So you'd have to vote not guilty, right?
Right. And that's what they did. And according to jurors, that's what they did in the Karen Reed trial. Ultimately, they said, we really don't know. There's enough doubt as to what really happened to John O'Keefe. Therefore, there was not guilty on the second degree and the manslaughter charges. So,
but I think there was plenty of evidence that her vehicle struck John.
Sure, we think so, but jurors just argued and didn't think there wasn't enough.
So I think they rejected it because of the fact that the body didn't seem to have clear evidence of being struck by a vehicle. and they weren't convinced beyond a reasonable doubt of that evidence.
Right.
But if you accept that evidence, then you have no problem with saying, even though we don't know what happened, we know that at the very least it was manslaughter. We can't go second degree. We don't know that she did it on purpose. You can make that. There's an argument for that, and Hank made a brilliant attempt at it.
Yeah.
On his closing statements, but I
But
think
it
it's
didn't
different here.
apply. So should we trust the Cellubrite evidence in this case? Yeah, I think so. I do.
Yeah.
And I trusted it in the Karen Reed case.
Well, which version?
Yeah. Well, yeah. No,
You
I
didn't
mean,
trust 227, right? So
no, but that was, yeah, no, right. But I trusted the Commonwealth evidence, Celebrate evidence in the Karen
Right.
Reed case. No, I don't think anybody after a while trusted the 227. You know, once the Commonwealth expert came out, what was his name again? I can't believe that. Green?
well, we had oh no, that was the defense expert. We had
That was
Jessica
the defense
Hyde,
expert. That was the
and then we
idiot.
had and then we had Ian Whiffen from
Ian Whiffen,
Celebrate.
yeah.
From
Yeah.
Celebrate, yeah.
Yeah. So basically, once Ian Whiffen testified, that through the 227 Google search, you know, that blew it up, threw it out, as far as I'm concerned. But yes, I do think that Celebrate evidence can be trusted. I do believe that Brian Walsh made these Google searches, and even the defense attorney has conceded that Brian made these Google searches, but he's just trying to make some points that, well, the Google searches didn't occur prior to January 1st. So I do.
Yeah,
think
and then also, they're also, I think, aren't they trying? Maybe I didn't quite get this right, but aren't they also trying to, like, well, the searches were made, but you don't know who made them.
Right. Oh, like meaning Brian. Well,
It's a tough. Yeah.
you know what?
I mean, it's not really believable. What?
Right. Tipton really didn't go there today. I was
Yeah.
listening very carefully. He didn't go there today. I think he is conceding, or they are conceding that Brian made those searches.
Right.
And then he
Well,
had
especially since
access
if
to those.
you're going to plead guilty to dismembering and disposing the body,
Yeah.
you know, you might as well just plead guilty to all that other stuff about looking up how to do that.
Right.
Because it's almost. I mean, it's better than saying, "Well, I already know how to cut it up."
Right. Right, exactly. So I think that if he didn't plead guilty to those other charges, then, you know, we would have heard some questions and said, well, you really don't know who searched that. But I think a juror is going to use his or her common sense that Brian had the passwords for those devices, and
Right.
he had those devices within his reach, even though they were the kids. It's a very logical jump that Brian made those searches anyway. It's my understanding. So
Just looking at chat.
yeah, I what do you think so far? What's your guess? Do you think there will be a conviction on what we've heard so far?
Well, we probably shouldn't make guesses until we hear defense lawyers, right?
Well, we are hearing the defense lawyer. We've heard him in.
I'm sorry. Before the defense witnesses, before the defense has a chance to call their witnesses.
Yeah, I'm just trying to call the game early. That's all.
You know, but obviously it's hard to imagine how they're going to get out of this. But, you know, obviously, even you have to admit the Karen Reed case looked things start looking different once the defense gets to pull in their witnesses.
Right.
And, you know, that can start during the prosecution side once the defense gets to cross-examine the witnesses. You know, once the defense gets to cross-examine the prosecution witnesses. And sometimes that can start to turn it around. But, you know, it can go the other way, too. Like, I've been very kind of interested lately in the Karen Reed case and going over the testimony of Officer Barrows. And, you know, because his testimony from the first trial to the second trial really was night and day different. And then his testimony that a lot of people never seem to on the FKR side have understood, that he really reversed it under cross-examination by prosecutor Hank Brennan.
Yeah, I agree.
And so he was so Barrows ended up being all over the map. But I think the difference in that case there was that, unlike this case is somewhat notorious, but it doesn't have the following that case has.
No, because I think this case is more one-sided. Everyone believes that Brian killed his wife. The issue is the Commonwealth going to be able to prove it? It just, I think, so in the very beginning of this case, when they were searching for Anna, they hadn't found her body. They still haven't found her body. Prior to the Google searches, I thought it was really interesting. Then once the Google searches came out, it's almost like, okay, that's done and dusted.
Yeah.
Right? But now I find it a little bit more interesting because the Commonwealth has to prove that premeditation. So legally speaking, I find it more interesting, but we're not talking about a massive conspiracy here as far as law enforcement is concerned. We don't have those elements. And I think the word conspiracy is what people really latch onto. That's why.
Yeah, right. And the other that's when you have that mob that is interested in one particular side of the case, and then there's a tendency to want to play the part of a hero to the mob. But that can, in other cases, it can work out similarly but opposite, where you have a defendant who is particularly loathed by the public, and so the heroes that would come forward would be people that would help prove that that defendant did do it. But again, it's the same thing. That this has happened in a lot of cases that I've researched in the past, where you get that kind of that kind of rush to judgment situation where it can be unfair, and then these witnesses come out of the woodwork that aren't necessarily believable. And I think I'm very skeptical of eyewitnesses for this reason. I was like this before the Karen Reed case, and I just grow more and more skeptical as time goes by, because especially in any high profile case, it just seems like people want to have their moment on the stage, and
people remember things differently all the time. So, eyewitnesses' testimony is flawed, but if we can have, if multiple witnesses testify to the same thing, then that adds to their credibility. So, and again, it's up to the jury to use their common sense and to assess the credibility of the witness. So.
Right. And there aren't going to be a lot of witnesses really in this case, right? In the Brian Walshe trial.
Well, there's the investigators,
right?
But the Jem Mutlu will testify, who was there, in New Year's Eve. I think it'll be interesting because I'd love to see what the Commonwealth, Greg Connor, is going to ask Jem. I would ask questions. Well, obviously, you want to know what the answer is first, but I'd like to know if there were any signs that Anna wasn't feeling well. Were there any signs whatsoever? Because when my mom passed away in her sleep, of course, she was older. She was 79. If you look back, there were some signs. Her stomach was off. So she was drinking ginger ale. She just didn't feel that well. And she didn't really feel like eating. So my dad's like, come on, Carol, you have to eat. So he went into the kitchen to make her a sandwich. He said, roast beef or ham, or mustard or mayonnaise. That's what it was. And she died in her chair. So, but if you look back, there were signs. So I'd like to know, was she not feeling well? I mean, but it's very rare. My mother was older and she's younger. So I find it, using my common sense, hard to believe.
Right. Yeah, I think to me, the more interesting part of this case will come when the defense is up. And obviously the highlight will be when Brian Walshe himself testifies.
Yeah.
And, we'll see. I don't know if they plan to present any experts that cast any doubt on any of the evidence that's been collected. Maybe they don't have to. Maybe they just really have to make the point that we don't know what happened, or they're not doing that though, because they're going to say we do know what happened, that she died in her sleep in the bed. But
yeah, today Tipton dragged on a little too long with Guarino as far as what they were the Google search stuff. There was one line of questioning, I forgot what it was, but it was like, okay, come on. I wish he had shortened that and made his points and sat down. It's just that, especially in the afternoon, it's just more effective with a jury.
Does that run the risk of pissing a jury off? Like, in the sense where if your case is going to be that your client is going to take the stand and say that the victim died in her sleep, if that's the case, why do you need to spend so much time desperately trying to knock over things like you said, like in there with Trooper Garino, that don't seem to be worth spending time on?
Yeah.
If you have, so is that what you're saying, basically?
Yeah, I think so, because people have shorter attention spans now more than ever, studies have shown. So what they've focused on early on with cross-examination is make your point and then sit down. But a lot of lawyers feel that, oh, if I don't stand up here long enough and come up with questions, a jury might think I didn't do my homework. But that's really not the case, because I had to listen to not even the porn stuff, but boring questions about, and it was so boring. I can't really remember what it was, but it was like ho hum until he got to maybe people zoned out until he got to the point, his main point being there were no dark terms prior to January 1st. The whole porn stuff that he got into was because the porn searches were prior to January 1st. So they were made in December. There was a porn movie he watched for 7 minutes. And it had in the title, which was long, it had something to do with a cheating wife. So Tipton was trying to say, hey, that could just be the name of the movie. It doesn't mean he was angry with it. He was watching that porn movie because Anna was cheating on him. So those are the two. You made that point, and then the other point, and he could have shortened it, and I think he should have. You want to capture that jury's attention right away, but they all seem to do that.
Yeah, it's a temptation.
It is a temptation. It's
Okay,
very.
So, what's on hand for tomorrow? Any expectations for day 3?
Yeah, they mentioned, and of course I can't remember. I think I believe some of the investigators, more of the investigators. I'd have to look. I don't remember exactly, but it should be interesting. I'm very curious as to what evidence the prosecution is going to put forward that shows premeditation, the why and the how. So remember, look for that evidence. Pretend you're all in the jury and look for that evidence that he pre-planned this murder. Even if you think he pre-planned it for 5 seconds, look for that premeditation evidence, because that's what's key in this case. It's what it's all about now.
Right. Okay.
Yeah. And check out STS, Surviving the Survivor, at 7. I'll be talking about a lot of this stuff at that point.
Oh, I thought you were on. You're on Survivor the Survivor. I thought you were on.
Commonwealth Confidential is tomorrow. So tomorrow I'm going to actually go to the courthouse and try to hook up with the stream from outside the courthouse, so I can talk to you about what's going on inside the courtroom, what I'm thinking about as far as the jury makeup and all that. But tonight, Surviving the Survivor, it's actually a great channel. So they have, they have great experts on. I watch them quite often, and that's on at 7 on YouTube. But then tomorrow is 7 o'clock, Canton Confidential, the Channel 10 in Boston.
They had invited me on the show once upon a time, way back in the day. And then a couple hours before the show was to come on, they canceled it with an excuse. But I know the real reason was because Turtle Riders and FKR people were flooding them with messages. You can't have that guy on. So
you mean Confidential?
No. Surviving the Survivor. Yeah.
Maybe.
So I had a little dialogue with him too, but he's whatever. I was like, I basically said, if the theme of your show is the Holocaust and your cost, part of that is standing up to a mob. And so you're going to cancel your guests just because he was, before the first trial, he came up to Canton and was pandering to that mob.
Okay. Yeah, I didn't
So
know
he so he was very much he at that beginning he hung around a little bit with Aiden, and he was popular with that group. And then so then when they invited me on, that was the mob turned on them. That's how that mob is. They don't even want me on a panel with other Free Karen Read people, and that's how they would try to do it, to silence it. And with is it not Mark? What's his name? The owner of that channel? Joel. That's right, Joel.
Yeah.
And he's not he seems like a really nice guy, but not really a profile in courage.
Oh no. Don't get
well,
me kicked off now, too.
No, he's a really nice guy. No, he's not going to know that I said that.
Yeah, he won't watch my channel with like 2 subscribers. I'm just kidding.
He's not going to know, and he's not the type that's going to hold it against you anyway. So like I said, he seems like a nice guy, and I have talked to him on other occasions on Facebook, and he's always been nice and stuff like that. So
yeah,
not on Facebook, I mean by email.
Yeah. No, this is my first time on the show because they tried to get me on for the Karen Read trial, but there was always a conflict like with Court TV because we were doing a lot of those panels, you and me, for that case. So I could never be on, but
and that was a year after me, and they would get you on, but they wouldn't get me on. They didn't want to have anybody on to argue a strong position against Karen.
Yeah.
I don't think as far as I know, they never did get anybody on to argue that.
Yeah, who was on the other day was one of the guys, one of the lawyers that was on Karen Read a lot for Court TV, Peter Milliken. He was on there. Yeah. Peter Ellikin. Peter, yeah.
I was on with him many times.
Me too. Nice guy. Very, very nice.
He seems like a very nice guy. Yes.
Yeah, and he knows his stuff. He knows the law. So, yeah,
he probably knows the law, but didn't know this case at all.
Yeah.
It was just kind of like
all he had to say was,
I wasn't impressed.
Reasonable doubt. Remember?
Yeah. Exactly. And and that's the thing, is not everything is reasonable doubt.
Right.
In a case, just because something isn't fully explained, that doesn't mean it adds up to reasonable doubt. You have to look at the totality of the evidence in any case.
Yeah. It's not one little thing. Like if one little thing doesn't make sense, then, you can't just blow the case out of the water. But you're right. It's got to be the totality of the evidence. People don't understand that concept either. Reasonable doubt is tough. That's why the judge's instruction out is quite long.
Yeah,
because people don't
reasonable
really
doubts. It's there's no way to perfectly define it, right? And so I've read out the definition that judges instruct juries on my channel many times, and I believe I put it in the book too. And it's not an exact science.
Yeah, Margaret ignores the chat. That's funny. Sometimes I'm just looking into the camera. Let's see. What did I miss? Is Margaret familiar with Twisted? No. What is Twisted? I'm not sure. Do you know, Kevin?
It's another channel, Twisted Tragedies.
Right.
I am going to have to let you go because I need to help with something.
Okay.
And
thank you, everybody, and thanks for subscribing to my channel. I'm
good night, guys.
Relatively new, so have a good night, and we'll see you guys. Tomorrow. And I appreciate you listening and having faith in me. All right, I'll be in the courtroom tomorrow, so I'll hopefully use my phone to at least connect with Kevin to talk about what's going on in the courtroom. Bye-bye.